Go for a few.
Oh, it's your show, buddy. Welcome, folks. We're here. Ladies and germs, welcome to the show. Don't forget, this show's for adults only. It's for educational and entertainment purposes only, ladies and germs. We are artists, charlatans, clowns, magicians. We are basically people not to be taken seriously. Please don't take anything we say seriously. And of course, follow your local rules. We follow our local rules, obviously. We are, in many cases, medical patients, medical growers, medical card holders, and those of us who are not are still following our local rules. Please, again, follow your local rules. We couldn't possibly be expected to know what your local rules are. So please abide by your own local rules. I hope that they do allow cannabis. If they don't, obviously, please don't freaking imbibe in any cannabis. There's nothing illegal sold on this site. As you can see, there's literally nothing sold right now. Behind me, I have fucking Yoda as a samurai, basically in the freaking 1700s of Japan. So there's literally nothing to report. Meanwhile, please do remember on YouTube, there are literally channels where they sell fucking real drugs. I can't understand why people keep reporting my channel, but I guess that's their problem and not ours, really. But anyway, mentally anyway. What's going on, gentlemen? I guess D, it's your show, my friend. What's the good word?
No, man, this is your show. It's on my channel. I'm just chilling. I'm. Guess I gotta pin the link and everything. I guess I gotta be the one to do that tonight. I'm smoking on. Jeez, I can't even remember now. Like always, right? Um, Cannabis, two different kinds. I hope everyone's having a great night. Don't forget live chat, top chat. Primal grows first in the chat. Cheers, everybody.
Why is it so fucking cold?
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to the Detroit Lions winning their first playoff game in like 30 years.
Hmm.
Right on.
Yeah, they suck. And I don't understand how people say the Cowboys is America's team when every other team hates the fucking
No, I think
Cowboys.
the Cowboys say that they're America's team. I think they're the only people that say that.
Yeah, everyone hates them.
Yep. Yeah, I would say most people are happy when they lose. I don't even really give a shit about football, and I'm happy when the Cowboys lose. So
Go
get up,
Green Bay.
Cal is fists in the sky.
Those Kelsey brothers have been like taking
Different
over
version of the Rihanna song.
Travis and Jason Kelsey. One's dating Taylor
Doesn't that
Swift.
weird you out? Like it's so hard to get to be a professional athlete, and there's all these families that have two or three of them, like freaking brothers, or I guess it kind of makes sense when it's father and son because it's like, oh, the father teaches the kid everything they know, but I mean, like, goddamn, a couple of brothers that are both freaking world superstar football players. That's nuts.
So there's a rumor that Travis might be getting married to Taylor, which is crazy, I think.
So does that mean that they're gonna have babies that are both football and music superstars,
That's what I'm saying. The genetics are going to run deep in that kid.
right? And they have to pop over one of those F2s to see what's in there. Get Up Gal is saying, "Whoa, I'm wenched."
They have a good podcast though
Look at
called
that. Get Up Gal has more authority than Organic Soul Gardens. That's kind of amusing.
Oh, is that?
I wonder if she'll abuse her authority.
So respect my thought.
Hop on, folks. Join the show. The kindly posted the link there, ladies and germs. So do remember, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking wiener pants. Don't be a shitty McShitty pants. I think we're going to start adding some extra rules in the future. Don't be a fucking douchebag. Don't come on here to ruin everyone's goddamn fucking time. Don't come on here to be a goddamn waste of space and waste of time. Don't come on here to just bitch endlessly. Don't come on here to start fights with people. Don't come on here if you yourself are a miserable wreck of a person that's going to basically undercut, understab, and sabotage the show. That's just bitch made shit. So please just stay away. Go do something else. Go find another hobby. Just come on here to have a good time. Come on here to smoke a couple of joints with us. Come on here to talk about your garden. We mean this show in good spirits. It's absolutely fucking beyond comprehension how much negativity we have to deal with. It's really something else. The show itself is always pretty positive. Even when the people do bitch from time to time, we won't talk about who bitches, later on in the show, oftentimes in the evenings. Even then, it's basically meant well, and somehow we get this relentless string of asshole hangers-on. It would be nice if those people found something else to do with their lives. There's so many other hobbies they could engage in. There's so many other things they could do. They could go watch a fucking movie. They could literally go read a goddamn book. They could look at an encyclopedia article. It's fucking ridiculous the amount of things that they could do. They could literally go outside and take a fresh breath of fucking air instead of reporting this channel, my channel, Smash channel. It's amazing that people basically would engage in such pointless and yet harmful behavior. My main channel and my backup channel now are down thanks to someone reporting me for selling regulated goods. For someone, mind you, lying about me selling regulated goods. I don't sell regulated goods. Nothing I sell is in any way fucking regulated. But still, I guess not in any way. I guess you could say everything is in some way regulated. But you people know what I'm talking. What do you mean, you people? You folks know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, we're gonna move on. Folks, hop on here. I see Green Fingers in the chat. What's going on, Green Fingers? I see, of course, Get Up Gal. We've never seen Get Up Gal in the chat. Hop on here. Perhaps if you don't want to be on one of the bigger channels, perhaps you would be okay hopping on one of these smaller channels. D is a friendly host, after all. Jones N2 Grows in the chat. What's going on, buddy? Organic Soul Gardens. We've seen Organic Soul Gardens before. It'd be a delight to see him again. But in the meantime, folks, tell your friends. It's really frustrating the amount of bullshit we have to deal with these fucking sour pants people. I guess it is what it is. It's just the price of admission, I suppose. I have to be frank, I have been spending pretty much most of the day wondering if there was any future in all of this, and I do often wonder if there really is any future with it. But in the meantime, we're here and we're going to enjoy the evening. So, ladies and germs, tell your friends, of course, about Dee's channel, because that's where we are right now. Please do tell your friends about my channels if you could. The main channel, if we ever get it back, is Fumidor and the Flavors. The backup channel, hopefully we'll get that back, is Fumidoro. My two new channels that I've just created today are Dank Culture Collective, excuse me, and Fumes of Gold. I'm going to try to post some links for that in the chat so folks can actually start subscribing. Good chance that people that are watching right now probably are subscribed already, but hey, might as well post some links. Ladies and germs, am I blue or gray on here? Can I post a hello? Yes, I am blue, so I could post a link. All right, ladies and germs, I'm going to post some links here. But again, do hop on here, join the conversation. Where are my fucking channels? Here's one of them. So it's 24 hours before I can broadcast live on either Dank Culture Collective or Fumes of Gold, which is kind of annoying, but at least we can do it. So that's nice. Thank you for the subscribers. In one day, I've already got 22 subscribers on Dank Culture Collective. So thank you very much. Here it is right here, ladies and germs. If you have not subscribed yet, boom, there it is.
Ooh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Fumes of fucking gold, bro. Fumes of fucking gold. More about this fucking channel.
You hear about the prison in Mississippi with like 200 bodies behind it, buried,
Oh
and
yeah.
that shit's crazy.
Oh, dude, those yeah, the South is something else. It's not to say that there aren't some fucked up prisons in the North, but oh, did we just lose Smash? The South is something else with their corrupt ass prisons. I'm not even surprised that they have 200 people buried behind it, probably
Uh-oh.
fucking murdered for their money or something. Yeah, I think we just lost Smash.
Yeah.
There he is.
Uh-oh.
Saying 8 p.m. is legit for them. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. One of these. Well, you have to hop on for high noon. She's like, damn it, that's true. Checkmate. Checkmate. That's all there is. Jones Antigro saying all subbed up. Good to go. Thank you, my friend. Poor Pizza Dave's in the house. Hey, yo, buddy. What's going on, buddy? Colorful descriptions of all the phenos. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Wait, actually, I don't know that he was talking about me. What was Organic Soul Gardens talking about? He's saying, "Get up, gal, is my wench."
Oh, wait,
It's
what?
open the little tent in my room. I was gonna
Oh,
take
your
it
sound
out.
is crap, Sam. Smash.
I was gonna take out this little tent in my room, but I ended up opening up because it's just been so cold. I
Hmm.
can't. I don't want to add a heater to the basement for
We're doing
air.
okay in the garage. I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm really pleasantly surprised. We really haven't had a chance to do any real weatherproofing or anything, honestly. I would have honestly loved to, I keep saying honestly, I would have loved to if, if I were planning on making, well, I don't know, maybe it is going to be my long-term grow, honestly, in the end. But if I had been planning from the very beginning to make this like my grow, I would have insulated the garage door and everything else. But even with the uninsulated garage door and the fucking ice storm outdoors, I'm actually doing okay. It's a little chilly in there, so I'm glad I'm not in flower yet. So I definitely hope once I do go into flower, I hope I don't get any freaking ice storms. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In the meantime, though, it's doing okay. I think the lowest it's gotten in there is 65, 66. So that's chilly, but it's doable. The plants are okay. They're healthy. They're happy. They would definitely like it to be warmer, but they're surviving. They're okay. Um, I could totally crank it up if I needed to, I guess. I could totally put some more lights in there. I'm actually good for electricity for the moment, but I kind of don't want to because I need to leave. I need to go to California for a little while. I don't even know how long yet, a couple of weeks at least. Uh, so I don't want to put too much in there and then basically have it turn into a problem. So anyway,
I
but
was looking at one of those
yeah,
little diesel heaters.
yeah, right. What I wouldn't give for a whale oil lamp.
I've been watching a bunch of people do like what are they called? Oh, I can't think of the name. Smudge pots. Smudge pots. They're fucking so cool. They burn like waste oil with a little bit of gas.
I've seen these, I forget what they're called, but it you can heat shit up with just, you have to build it, hollow tubing. You build it like on a certain angle, and you can just shove branches and shit in it, light it, and the wind will constantly give it airflow to heat up the wood and whatever's burning, and it heats up the water or whatever you're using. Really cool.
Hmm.
Can't think of the name of it right now.
I guess those smudge pots are orchard heaters. They use them in orchards to help from frosts and shit.
Right on.
But yeah, I don't know. When I come back, I gotta build the room, and I'm gonna need heat. I already need heat down there. It
What
gets
about
kind
a
of
coke?
it gets below 50.
What about a coke furnace?
I don't know. We were talking about a pellet
Right.
stove down there.
Those are cool too. My uncle has one of those. They can put out the heat.
Yeah, there's auto feeding ones. You just gotta fill it up.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are auto feeding.
But those bags get heavy after a while.
Yeah.
You're buying pallets of pellets.
Yep. And if you're gonna get one of those, the best thing to look into, I've heard, is to buy in bulk. So like you said, Smash, buy it by like the skid. You get cheaper price.
Making chicken. Oh, chicken tacos.
Oh,
He's taking Taco Tuesday seriously.
mother. I'm hungry.
Right?
I'll settle for this instead. Yep.
You have milk?
Yeah, yeah. I'm turning into an ice box.
Uh, I can't wait.
How many more days is it now?
14.
Sweet, honey. I keep saying I'm watching Cops still. I keep seeing Vegas pop up.
I don't know if
Like,
I
oh,
ever asked you, Smashed, what was the motivation to go there? It's a commercial show. Are you going there basically on behalf of your glass shop, or what are you doing?
I'm covering as media.
Just for your Instagram or what?
Yeah, for myself. They asked me to give them some of my pictures and stuff.
That's cool.
My buddy's been shooting it. If you go to their website, Las Vegas, and you look at the photos, my buddy's been shooting it for like 6 years.
Hmm.
And his names are on all the photos and stuff. So that was another reason. He's got a gallery. And it's hard for him to do work while he's there, because he's shooting all the time.
Hmm.
So he has, so I'm probably going to be helping him a little bit too. I want to check out they got live demos going on and stuff. That's going to be cool.
Hmm. Problem with glass shows is you start to want everything. I'm like, God damn it, I don't have $87,000.
TPE's going to be cool too because it's not weed per se, but it's everything around weed. Like from Clipper told me to come by their booth and they're like, they hit me up on TikTok and they're like, you should join our affiliate program and shit. I was like, maybe. I was like, we'll talk at TPE.
That's cool.
They're like, yeah, definitely swing by. So I'm hoping I go get some free clippers and shit.
Organic
But yeah,
Soul Garden says, I want some fancy glassware. Not like mothership fancy, but I'll use it indoors over carpet fancy.
yeah. And like maybe bubble wrap underneath me and
Yeah, I was just
all.
thinking, like, what would he use? Like, what would he use with a mothership? Would he give it its own like parachute? Would he give it like a? Would he use it over a bouncy house? What?
you can only use it sitting down.
Right? Sitting
On
down in a padded room, no sharp corners, no slippery fingers. You got to wear grip gloves. What else? There it is. Get Up Gala saying yes because he broke that sweet pipe she picked up for him. Dun dun dun.
Oh.
So if you're looking for like a hammer, there's some, I think they're like $80 US blown at the gallery. And then there's some bongs I think on sale for 200 that are pretty fire. You can get good price glass. Like
I was gonna say normally your mama doesn't stamp US blown on there at all. She's missing out.
uh I know a kid in the next town
She
over.
outsources, you know what I mean.
Here, hold on, let me see.
You're right, get up, girl. I'm really bad with glass too. You don't believe how many bongs I broke. Mrs. D gets mad at me.
Tell me about it. I broke this one uranium glass pipe right after I cleaned it. I was so sour. Fuck.
I don't know how. I just seem to knock. Like just tap them, they go flying off a table or something and
Yeah.
smash.
By the power of Grayskull.
So this kid's local. He's the next town over, and you can get one of these cool dragons. It does like starting bids are like $300, and they don't go too crazy.
Those are fun.
Oh yeah, this one's cool. He does mushroom stuff too.
You gotta do is try to trade him some well, allegedly trade him some weed for it.
I like the mushroom ones. They hit really cool.
They look cool too.
Um,
Too easy.
yeah, he's locally. He's offered to like actually after Bud said you should blow glass. I hit him up and I was like, "Would you let me come to the studio and show me how to blow like a bowl?" So he's like, "Yeah, fuck yeah." I was like, "We can record it and shit." He's like, "Yeah, hell yeah, we can do something." So I think when I come back, I'm gonna go over there and try to do a bowl or a bong or something.
Right on.
Nothing with glass though, keep in mind that the gas itself, because they use propane and oxygen, is expensive as fuck because you have to go through a lot of it, both of them basically. And then the glass too is pretty expensive. The glass is just
Yeah.
continuing to
He
go
was
up and
saying
up
he's
and
got
up
a
and up for the raw glass.
auction generator.
Pardon?
An auction generator?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was trying to. What he says he's got like a little portable thing to make oxygen. It makes oxygen out of air.
I got you. That's cool. Oxygen generator. I got you.
But yeah, propane's not too bad. It's all right. And then you got to make sure you're vented too. Like you're not blowing, like a shed with no ventilation or a basement or something. And the glass, I've actually looked at like glass rods. There's some colors like I think slime is worth a ton of money because it's hard to get. And then there's people I think it's Elbow. He makes his own glass tubes to blow with. Starts with the raw material, heats it all up, and it's pretty cool.
Wow. Like a lot of work
Yeah.
for him.
Elbow, dude, Elbow's crazy. He makes
We
them.
have a lot of that. A lot of the glass culture comes from the Willamette Valley. So everybody knows a glass blower. Everyone knows a few of them, honestly. And most, if not all of the, well, I guess not all, because Corning, for example, is another one of the producers, but most of the like Boro producers and even the soft glass producers are here in Portland. There's like 2 or 3 of them. Let's fuck her in.
I want to go check out the Corning Museum.
Well, that place is supposed to be great.
And then Witch Doctor has a studio around here.
Ooga booga.
I won a carb cap or something from him. I can't remember. And then I broke it literally after a week. I want to say that was another thing I broke. Oh, it was a cool carb cap too. It has a really cool style.
he's got all the Bob Snodgrass like collection and shit. Just, yeah. The crazy thing is, at Las Vegas, like, there's pieces there that are gonna be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
I can't wait
Good money.
because like some of them are fucking huge with like 4 artists attached to it,
Mm.
and that's when it brings a lot of the money. Is like when it's collabs between like let's say Mothership and Salt, one of my favorite glass blowers, that would go for incredible money because they don't collab often.
I suppose. I wonder what the proportion of collabs to individual sales are for those people.
So everyone I've talked to that blows glass says they have to have some sort of production to stay afloat, and then the custom pieces is what they love to do.
Hmm.
So
Makes
they
sense.
blow a bunch of like cheaper bowls to stay afloat, and then the big pieces when they sell, that's a big hit.
Obviously, I'm sure it depends on who you are. That guy Darby, he's probably fine, right? Or the dude blowing the
Yeah,
dinosaur heads and stuff. Those
Darby,
are selling
Una.
for 100 grand a piece, whatever. They probably don't have to do a lot of production anymore. But yeah, just about
Yeah,
anything.
they're just custom, but they've got that name attached to them because they've been here so long.
Darby Holmes or whatever the guy's name is.
Darby, Mike Luna, Salt, um, are three of my favorite.
Hmm.
Oh, Black Sand Glass has quickly become one of my favorites.
What was the name?
Black Sand Glass.
Hmm.
He does like the waves that look like this. That's like a C almost. Yeah, I'll see if I can find him.
Organic Soul Gardens is saying a lot of glass blowers made marital aids during the dark years, aka Green Merchant era. Welcome, folks. Get up, Gallus saying, "Go blow glass, motherfucker."
I mean, it's pretty easy to make a butt plug, I bet. And a
Right.
dildo. Like a bolt, like a lot of bowls to me look like a dick already.
Nah. You can specialize in dick-shaped bowls. Cheers, bud. Good to see you.
There are. I've seen bongs and pipes that look like cocks before, like dicks. So. And don't forget, there is that guy in Michigan, Gooey the Dick, the edibles, Dick's edibles.
You see what I mean? It's like a seat almost. It's so curled.
He said,
That's it. But yeah, it's like it's like a curling wave, and they're supposed to hit so smooth. But he's quickly become one of my favorite people. Just I like his work.
Wait, slow down. I'm not understanding the design yet. Go back up. So that kind of tongue-shaped thing is
Mouthpiece.
oh, it's the mouthpiece. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. Okay. Well, it's unique, that's for sure.
And then the other side right here is where the bowl goes in, and it goes all the way down. Supposedly they bubble really good.
That's cool.
Uh, there's another company. I don't know. He just does some cool work. Like, who thinks of something like a giraffe wave?
Right. No, that is solid, yeah.
I don't know why they're showing you a function shot when you can't even see inside of it. Oh, there you go. Here's a good function.
oh,
I don't know why. Yeah, caught my eye, and I've been watching his work for a while.
Well, you never know when we'll speak to you. I mean, those are pretty chill.
There's another guy or company, SOL Soul Glass. They have this bong that has a perk at the bottom, and it makes bubbles throughout the column.
Hmm.
It's so cool. The fuck movie is this? Tooth Fairy. Um, I followed this company, Hetty Hawaii, and then Mountain Glass. I think Hetty Hawaii is a shop. Mountain Glass is a shop, but they sell like torches and glass rods and all that other shit. They have so many unique pieces on there. I'm trying to remember. And it's not all functional too. I know this girl, I think her name's she calls herself Z, and her style is distressed. Like, how do I describe this here? Let me see if I can find a picture. God damn it. Uh, Let me see if I can find a fucking picture. I know we have one. Here we go.
What motherfuckers?
Screen. So her things like distressed, and those aren't functional, but they're like $500 a piece. But yeah, she does like functional ones too. But her whole thing's like this distressed look, and she does non like just sculptures. She has a lot of fucking cool stuff.
Right on.
Oh, there we go. That's a good picture. Like it looks like it's been sitting out for years. You know what I mean?
And that's all glass, even the grass
I
there?
don't know. I don't know about the grass, but everything else is glass.
I mean,
I
I
don't.
guess the grass is probably the easiest thing, frankly, to make, but still, it's kind of crazy.
I don't know. I'll have to ask. She's gonna be there.
Just stretch it, basically, get it hot and stretch, and then basically have a bunch of threads.
Where's the scissors?
It does kind of look like it's glass. But yeah, her whole thing distressed sculptures. She does. My buddy's got a little pipe from her, and it's this big, and it
Hmm.
was like 500, 600. I think it was like 600, something like that.
Right on. Team fingers. Naughty, naughty, naughty.
Oh, and the reason I found salt because he does like he makes a regular flower bowl, but instead of putting one big hole, he puts three little holes in the bottom of the bowl. So it's like its own screen.
Hmm.
And on the bongs, he has it's so weird. There's a down stem going into the bong, but it wraps around the outside. It's
Oh,
so
green fingered, stop that. Right on. Uh, did you see my post earlier, Smashed? I posted about Cypress Hills touring, and they're going to be going to Boston
yeah, I
on the
did.
stop.
I don't even know where that place is. I'd have to look.
If
I've
anyone else,
never, I've never heard of it.
if anyone else is interested, check out my Instagram, D underscore zombie underscore. Uh, I have a full thing of the tour dates and shit, and where the Cypress Hill is going to be playing. I wish they
Uh,
played in Canada, but
Miranda, Miranda Family Farms just went to go see, I think, like Jada Kiss, and he's always at a rap show.
right on. I tagged Miranda Family Farms. That's awesome. The
I went to
closest,
the
the closest
Newfoundland.
venue, the closest venue is for me is New York.
I think I'm gonna go see Papoose.
Oh,
Who?
who?
Papoose, he's a rapper. He's older.
I thought it was like a children's toy or something.
I think he's
Look at your papoose.
sounds like a food.
Punani. That's to be a food.
He has 29 mixtapes since '98. He's from New York. It's Popoose. But he does like that whole East Coast, like he's old school, kind of like Wu-Tang.
Right on. That sounds good right about now. Taco. What's everybody smoking in chat? Like, we are smoking on. Oh yeah, animal mints. Oh, I think we all smashed again.
Up on, folks, if you guys want this show to continue, you want us to have a conversation, hop on here and bring something up.
We must have Comcast. Right on, purely crispy.
Excited to grow Triangle Kush out one of these days. Hopefully, when I get it back from California, it's here, green fingers.
Oh, green crack. Yuck.
Oh, is this the actual TK or is this? No, this is TK. Okay. Because they had a few different versions. Anyway, ever since I was on the EO show, I remember Dirtman Dan and Bear Grylls, a bunch of guys used to talk about TK all the time. Anyway, they say TK and OG Kush, both seeds made in South Florida. Well, I think that's arguable about OG Kush. In '91, in the same garage of Marty. The mother was called Emerald Triangle in our circle from around '87. And that garage was stuffed wall to wall with it. Pack of Hindu Kush seeds that I bought from Neville, Amsterdam in 1989, was being tested for a after a pre-sex test. One of those pre-sexed Hindu Kush seeds created a bit of unseen pollen near the AC intake that managed to make seeds throughout that entire 12-light garage. Actually, I have kind of heard this story. This is the origin of OG, isn't it? Those pounds were then sold by myself to a close buddy near Orlando, where he would then piece them out to a circle of friends. One of his buddies would find the Triangle Kush seed, and another guy found the Kush seed that would later get named OG Kush once it made its way west to California. The Emerald Triangle strain was given to my old partner from an older head from the Washington area before I even knew what he was a grower, and I was buying pounds of it already to sell in '87, '88. Added fact, the Emerald Triangle leaned toward a earthy spice, flower-smelling, sweet candy-like terps, and not chemi or fuel-like at all. Fuel or gassy terps must have come from the Hindu, according to Seed Finder. Cross on it is unknown strain by Hindu. I'll buy that for $1. What's up, Green Fingers?
Cheers.
You ever grown the TK?
Can't hear you guys. I forgot to push the button. Jesus
Brett.
Christ.
What?
What?
I could hear you really low, and I was like, why is that so low? Like a mouse. Like I had to stick. I was like, what?
What?
All right. Cheers, guys.
Loop their hash.
What's
I
up?
gave me some on my elbow, and I
was
just
asking
smashed
you,
it in the corner of my
Oh shit, what's that, Green
freaking head.
Fingers?
Damn. Yeah.
I think I was just talking over you.
Well, you ever had a pimple on your elbow?
Oh
An
yeah.
elbow pimple?
Annoying.
I
Right.
just
El Bimbo.
experienced one. I just found one on there. Jesus Christ. Sucks.
Well,
Annoying.
I got some over here too.
I got news for you, green fingers. That's Ebola. It's the number one sign.
Ricola.
Oh my
No,
god,
it's not a
elbow
bug.
pimples! Holy shit!
It could be a bug bite, but it just popped. So that's why I was like, what the hell? I was like, what just popped on my elbow? I gotta wash that off. That's gross. I'll be back.
TK Marty just did a podcast. If you want to hear more or his account,
What?
do I know TK Marty? I know somebody named Marty.
No, I don't.
So TK Marty. Oh, podcast. Sorry, I was misreading that. I can't read today. Oh, I haven't seen the podcast for a while.
Oh, I gotta mute myself for a second here. I actually have a big bag of green crack right here.
That sounds funny as hell.
Can't
I
stand
can't remember. Does
green.
that one taste a little bit like grapefruit?
What's that, Pumi?
Does that one taste a little bit like grapefruit? I don't remember.
It's green crack.
Mm-hmm.
You could get a mango or papaya smell, maybe. The one I had.
I get this. I don't know. I don't like the smell.
No, I have a green crack cross from Katsu. It's a green crack times blue dream times hotcakes. And then I remember what hotcakes is, but I'm not getting into all that. I planted 5 of them. One of them came up and it was a volunteer because it was off to the side. So it wasn't one of them. I was so pissed off today. Like, what the hell? That's not one of them. That's off to the left of the pot. Why the hell is there a volunteer plant popping up in the soil? I guess for my last batch of seeds, they just started popping volunteers.
I get. Oh, 25. Road J5. What are you doing, J5?
And then I popped a bunch of the puck,
No, that's gonna be good.
crickets and cicada.
What's that?
Oh, I popped the puck too. A bunch of the crickets and cicada.
Mm.
And that's one of the original hash plants.
Mm.
Yeah.
Nice. I got to
Just
smoke
making
that,
the
but
process with that
a couple
one.
years ago.
Yeah, but
It's been a couple of years now. Crazy, crazy.
All tangled up.
Funky, earthy. Organic Soul Garden says only ever had Boof Dream. Never Good Blue Dream.
Oh man.
Oh,
My cousin screwed
really?
the hell out of it. My cousin screwed the hell out of it, but then they hermed it in a corner.
Oh,
So they got a bunch of seeds out of it. I got a bunch of seeds from that batch. But then I gave them away to my best friend at the time. I didn't realize that I could have just popped them all. Shit sucked.
Organic Soul Garden. It's too bad I didn't know you like 2 or 3, maybe 4 years ago, buddy. I grew some awesome blue dream, and it was like over 8 feet tall. It's crazy.
Nice.
Yeah, 8'2" or something way over the fence, but I don't care because my neighbors all know. They don't really care. But
That's
yeah,
awesome.
it's fire. I even had it. I was even good enough that I had it selling in a medical cannabis shop.
Nice.
It's pretty dope.
That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Really worked as medicine for me. The
Oh, I love
the
blue dream.
blue dream.
That's one of the sativa. One of the sativas I will smoke.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna cross the puck with the other hash plant that I have right here. Find out which one is
No hash plant. Maybe if I can find it, I might roll up some root beer.
Smash should totally breed hash plant and call it Smash Plant.
Smash plant. It's a great idea. That kind of stuff right there, just that name, like how it just rolls together. It'll probably sell a lot easier than some of the other stuff.
Mm.
Just the
It's
name
okay.
and everything, the marketing.
Organic Soul Garden says he's going to go fire up the time machine.
Yeah, I want everything pre-gelato on my seed purchases. The last everything before gelato or cookies.
Hmm.
And except for the last pack that I talked about, it's got Burners cookies in it. So the California Nightmares from Katsu, the Blue Dream green crack one.
Hmm.
I'm just looking for different smoke in that. I'm not looking for nothing. I don't know what I'm gonna get out of that. So many. That's a really
Isn't
just a
that
bunch
green?
of.
Isn't that one Green Dream?
Which one?
Green Dream.
What's
That's
that?
it's called Green Dream, Green Crack, and Blue Dream.
Oh yeah, we got hotcakes after it though. Yeah, it's then it's got his Bubba times Paris OG times. It's like right at the tip of my tongue and I can't spit it out. Paris OG times something. It's a big old poly hybrid.
Paris
It's
OG
got
times ooh la la. Shit, so many spam calls today.
I can't
Go
think it. I'll just look it up myself. It's right here.
J5 is saying Blue Dream really is a treat to grow, and that only thing is it made average growers think they were better than they actually were at growing.
That's a yeah. Easy to plant and grow. Just grow it yourself.
I think I got Blue Dream pictures on my computer here.
Cookies cuts can be lovely. Organic Soul Gardens, he's saying Cookie says yet to truly impress me. If you send me something, send me the forum cut. I might send you that. Speaking of which, guys, if anyone's watching, I'm looking for testers still. Still a chance to send them out. I have honestly been going back and forth because life has been so fucking challenging the last 6 months or more that I've been going back and forth whether or not to even do testers. But fuck, I put in all this work, might as well, right? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have some great, basically cookies crosses from Fumidor Skunk Works. I mean, that's underselling it a little bit. Forum cut cookies to Coot Special, and then crossed to Runts of Eden to Coot Special. So basically, a quarter cookies, I guess you could say. And then there is also the Runts of Eden Coot Special to Runts of Eden Coot Special across. I guess you could call it the Runts of Eden Coot Special F2 or something. So anyway, both of those should be pretty delightful. Hopefully leveraging the best parts of Cookies and Runts of Eden, both of which are super, super flavorful, or just otherworldly flavorful, gorgeous, both of them absolutely gorgeous plants with gorgeous lineages, but often accused, I think fairly, of being a little bit under powered. You know, the horsepower is a little bit lacking in many cases, or the longevity of the high, or the ceiling of the high, on and on. There's a lot of fair criticisms to both of those, frankly. So I thought that basically crossing it to that very wild Coot Special and then knocking that shit open a little bit would be some really interesting genetics. So folks, help me test those out. I think they're going to be spectacular. You'll be the first, basically, if you're a tester, to get a chance to grow some of that cool shit. So Organic Soul Gardens, I think that really is up your alley. I have a few other testers that I'm looking for. I've got the Pacifica Days version 2. I've got Pine Sol to JTR. I've got a few things, honestly. Then I have a few things that I'm keeping kind of close to the vest. I've got my Bedrock Boogie number 2 to JTR as well, but I don't have a whole lot of seeds on that one. So that one I'm going to send to established testers. So folks like Organic or Atomic or whoever, if you guys are listening, if you really want something that's very strawberry cushy, basically, cross to that JTR, I think it's going to be absolutely absolutely spectacular. It's basically North Star breeding crossed to the JTR, which arguably in many cases is North Star breeding, or I should say, arguably is North Star breeding. Whatever, you guys know what I'm saying probably better than I can. Long story short, it's gonna be super flavorful. As any of you have grown North Star gear, ultra flavorful, ultra rewarding, very easy to grow, very good genetic stock, honestly. Very much a continuation of that TGA tradition. So, for good reason, because he was one of the main breeders, frankly, for TGA. Anyway, ladies and germs, I think it's going to be a spectacular cross. But again, because I don't have all that many seeds, I'm keeping it as a little bit of an internal line. But basically, I still want it to be tested. I don't have time to test it myself, really, at least as much as it can. But I'm not going to give it out to everybody. So, folks, there's basically something for everybody, though. I have a lot of testers. I definitely will have more testers than I have people to test at the moment. So please do sign up. I definitely have something for you if you want to start out as a tester, if you want to continue as a tester, you know the drill. Fumidor, as you just put in the chat right there, Fumidor@chronictable.com. That would be great. What does Kramer Gross says? I'm not popping any seeds until I move, or I would test for you. Hopefully in the future I will have something for you, Kramer Gross. Had pretty bad luck, honestly, with the outdoor breeding this year. Granted, I wasn't here. I was literally overseas on a different fucking continent for 5 weeks or something during the peak season. But still, I was hoping that it would go a little bit better than it did. I got some testers basically, but I didn't get a whole lot of else. Bunch of different lines that I put out because I put out some plants out at a few friends' houses. Boy, a few of them we were sure were well pollinated, but nothing turned out. Kind of something else. It is what it is. Next year hopefully will be better. So I'm probably going to have to do a breed run here in the spring. Maybe, I don't know. I was going to do one next, but I realized, like, honestly, I would kind of need flower more at the moment. And then basically maybe right after that, I'll follow up hopefully with a breed. Want to do some feminized projects, but I can't decide exactly yet what I want to feminize. I have a few options, but we'll see. I've been thinking about doing something of mine, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, it'd be interesting to do something that other people would like. I don't know. I guess I don't want to say out loud because I don't want some fucking troll on this channel to ruin it for me. But anyway, there's a lot of different things that I'm sure people would like to see a feminized crack open, basically, pick something. What have we been talking about? Green crack. I don't have green crack, but we'll use that as an example because I don't have it. Green crack cross to all your favorites. Wouldn't that be nice? We were just talking about Triangle Kush and everything else. Wouldn't that be delightful? Green crack cross to those things. I think it would be. Who knows? We'll see. What are you working on these days, Green Fingers? You started Salt and Sea Seeds not too long ago. What's the focus? What's the focus of your work?
Well, it was I was talking about it before with a couple weed nerds, and it was just a thought, but it's because I lost all my seeds before. When I used to live at my grandma's, I'd made a bunch of crosses just for myself, and then so I lost all that stuff except for the analema, which I don't even know what it is. It was just been crossed there for so many years. So like it's to make outdoor plants that are heat tolerant, like that can survive in the desert. Because I did really good job in Palm Desert. It was 120 during the summer, and the plants would thrive. And so like I just kept growing those same plants over and over. And so my thing is to make these heat tolerable plants that are actually flavorful, and not just like the same Afghans and everything that we're used to. Like just give it like the good flavor, but actually be able to survive in the heat. Like not just people say, yeah, I grew it out in the desert, but was it like how in the desert? Like how in the desert are you when you say in the desert? But I'm in the middle of the desert, like 130 degrees in my greenhouse, and that's where the plants are thriving. So yeah, I don't have fans in there or nothing. Just plastic and the cover, but it's only covered half of it. So half of it gets full sun and the other half doesn't. But yeah, it's really hard to grow sometimes in the middle of the desert, like big trees like we see in Northern California. But it's not so hard when the plants are supposed to be big. So there's a difference when you grow a plant big that's not supposed to be, or then when you just plant a plant that's going to be a tree no matter what. So yeah, some of my trees get 15 foot without me trying. Like I don't top them or nothing. They'll just be giant Christmas trees, and that's perfect for making hash for me, as long as there's some good flavor in there.
Right on.
All of the big trees go in the hash. The smaller ones I like to make those will go in a bag and a jar. Yeah, all the big ones I like to turn that into hash or seed. My last run was seed, so I got a lot of that stuff. A lot of heat tolerable stuff. Yeah, it's really fems are coming next, like you said. Don't know what to do. What to fem? Like I don't know what to fem. I want to fem what Bud blessed me with, but the Mendelbrooks Banana God. That's the I have two that I liked it so much.
Mm,
So
that
planting
sounds good.
is so just heady. You get really high. Start off in the morning, just tastes like grapes. You can smoke it all day, but you're so high throughout the whole day. So it's nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like one of those nice. It's not where you get couch locked. You're just really super like, dang, I'm ripped. I say that sometimes after I take a couple hits. I'm like, hold on, I'm ripped. I'll go walk away and make a sandwich real quick. Like try to get normal. It's like, dang, I
No, that
tried to
is a
take a
great
nap
feeling.
today.
Yeah.
Got that feeling where I need a nap. Lay down and like, nope, couldn't take a nap. I was like, I can't even sleep. So yeah, but that kind of good smoke. Just don't know what to film. I want to make some films, but that's the question. What to do it to?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's difficult to make seeds and people buy them. Like people don't want to just
People
buy
assume
some
it's
seeds.
so easy. It's very frustrating the amount of bad blood there is in the whole seed community, partly just because everyone thinks that we're all just getting fucking rich, just like we're writing
Right.
checks, basically. It could not
Yeah. Mm.
possibly be farther from the truth. It's farcical how people assume that. I mean, I don't know why they would assume something so stupid. It's like when you open a restaurant, you immediately start making millions of fucking dollars. It's ridiculous. It's absurd that people think that way, but there's a huge amount of bad blood. I've had it on this show. I've lost friends in the YouTube community. I've lost a bunch of other kind of colleagues in the YouTube space because they all think they're going to get fucking rich one of these days when they become a breeder. It's very immature, actually. It's very childish. It's like any other business. It takes years to make a name, especially in seeds. It takes years to make a name, and it takes one day to lose it. It's one of the really traumatic things, honestly, with the trolls is that they can do a lot of damage to you. It takes months to build up your reputation with people, to get new customers and everything else, and it takes one day for some fucking dickhead from Quebec or wherever else to basically fart all over your community and ruin your channel, on and on and on. It's a very challenging business, and for every person that makes $20 million like that fucking Bodie, there's easily 2 or 3 thousand of us that are barely scraping by. So yeah, people always assume that all of us are Bodhi, and it's just that's dumb. That's genuinely stupid that people would think that. So
Right.
it's genuinely a challenge. It's really a challenging business. So
I can't even give my seeds away half of the time. I'm trying to do giveaways. People don't ever give me their address to get seeds. So I'm like, okay. If it's like they don't want to take free seeds. I'm like,
the
yeah.
market has changed a bit too. Yeah, people don't want to grow new stuff. They just want to grow the same shit. They just want to grow, in many cases, what an experienced grower would tell them is going to be garbage weed, and then they grow it and they complain that it's not very good weed. Yeah, it's a frustrating situation. But chicken and egg a little bit, until the culture develops a little bit more. In brewing, there's a very advanced beer culture. We had this guy who, for some reason, stopped coming on the show. I don't know. We must have farted in his freaking cereal or something. He used to tell us about how the microbrew community, the homebrew microbrew community, basically was the driver of the entire beer culture, and that basically all the microbrews that you come up with, the hazies and everything else that basically people are super hot on these days, saisons and everything. Those came from the microbrew scene, and it basically makes me think like, oh fuck, all the shit that you hear about these days with solventless or with any kind of different extractions, it seems to always come from farms and stuff. that's a very different culture than the microbrew scene. I bet you anything that in the future, the real innovation and the real quality, frankly, probably won't come from farms. It probably won't come from the mass market scene. It'll come from people home brewing, so to speak, their awesome homegrown cannabis. And there's this real disconnect right now whereby, yeah, we don't have that culture yet. You know, we have the former illegal culture. Basically, we're transitioning essentially from the old cash market culture or the cash crop culture, essentially, where people were growing it primarily for money, and it's transitioning through the whole medical scene and everything else. Someday in the future, I think, I suspect, will be the whole quote unquote micro grow scene. I guess not micro brew, but micro grow maybe. Or home, yeah, I guess home grow. I guess we've always called it that. That's probably what we'll still be fucking calling it. That will eventually develop, you know, but man, it takes a while. It's so easy, partly it's so easy to buy weed at a dispensary, you know, like here in Oregon, fuck, you can buy okay weed, you know, like if you're not a weed connoisseur, if you don't know all that much about weed, and 99% of people are that, right? In fact, that's even being generous for 99% of people, frankly, with weed. They don't need a freaking $40 eighth. They really don't. You know what I mean? Like a $5 eighth is enough for most people. And I think that's actually fine in many cases. You know, there's a lot of people who drink cheap alcohol, cheap beer, whatever, cheap wine, boxed wine. I'm not going to criticize them, right? However they enjoy to drink their wine, that's not no skin off my nose. Um, Still, you know, I think that the connoisseur culture will develop more so, I think, through the home grow scene than it will through anything else. Anyway, I'm babbling. What's up, bud? Good to see you.
Yeah, how are you guys?
Cheers, dude.
Yeah.
What's the good word? Oh, are you in your new place? Looks like you have a new
Yeah,
backdrop.
yeah. I'm in my new spot
Right
since
on.
yesterday. Still like organizing for one, and I moved. I said to my friend, I I guess that was Sunday. Everything that mattered to me, I moved. But
Hmm.
that doesn't mean I'm done.
Mhm. Hmm.
And even though I logically thought, oh, this paperwork, somehow overnight I like completely forgot and of having to look. I'm not the most organized person. That was my wife's thing. She would have, if we were moving, I think she would have like at least taken a month to pack everything, all list and labels. Uh yeah, I'm the opposite.
Hmm.
So yeah, and a little bit of chaos, but it's all good.
How are the
Things are
dogs
good.
taking the move?
Yeah, especially my little one, he loves it. And uh I have my other dog still at the other place because my new house, there's two American bulldogs that are sisters. Maybe they're the youngest. And then there's a little Jack Russell, a Rottweiler, and one other one. I forget the breed. He's like a pointer, and this really old dog uh doesn't really leave the house. It's like 17, 18. So yeah, that'll be like one. My dogs are kind of dominant types, and oh, there's already a dominant pack here. So but my little Herbie, oh, he's like, even as I've introduced him to these dogs, I've had Chihuahuas for a lot of years. The smaller your Chihuahua, the tougher and more aggressive they are. That's just
Mhm.
their nature because they're such a small dog. So, and my dog had some teeth removed, so he really doesn't even have any teeth left. But oh, don't let him know that, because like, oh, the bulldog and Rottweiler they're gentle. They were just sniffing him and stuff, but it was my little dog that was getting all crazy. Like, I Chihuahuas think they're like, yeah, they don't cower. We'll say that much. So, but I'm good with dogs. So I've introduced them in like like quiet times, take your time, let yeah, because a lot of times I've noticed people or dogs, if you force the issue or if the vibe is hectic, that and how they first encounter has everything to do with the relationship, you know. That's the way with people too and animals. Today was exciting. We we had one bull, two cows, and two calves, and we sold. Well, my boss sold a cow that is pregnant, so you get a double deal, and the calf. It's calf, and the guys that came picked it up. They came from Yuma, Arizona, where they said that they like we asked like how much land and do they have the land for these kind of animals. The guy's like, yeah, I have a square mile of Arizona desert, right? And okay, cool. They're buying them to raise them for meat. That's whatever. It's yours now. Uh, but when it was a guy and his son, and just through the conversation, they were cool. We all had to work together to load them on the trailers and shit. But like a couple things they said, like they were preppers. Oh, they want to buy some of our chickens. Like he said like, yeah, you know, when the like basically when the shit hits the fan, we want to be ready. And I get that self-sufficiency thing. That's a beautiful thing. I don't get the part that you're doing it because you think there's some kind of thing that's going to happen, right? Like I'm old enough, so I remember a couple of them I fell for. I remember 2012. I believed, yeah, that Mayan calendar. Yeah. Oh, I remember what was it? The Millennium 2000. That was a bit. But over the years, there's always been this like thing that's going to happen, and then you're going to have whatever preppers basically. If you spend your whole life prepping for something like that, most people have died prepping over the decades because nothing ever happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not down with I'm down with self sufficiency and being off grid and all. That's a beautiful thing. But the real motivation for it is because you think some whatever event's going to happen and zombie apocalypse or whatever. That's where you lose.
Ah,
And some of those people spend their whole life worrying about that and anticipating that and doing things in preparation for that.
coming to get you.
Yeah, you might be missing out on the here and now, Even the craziest thing, I don't, what could go, I mean, I guess, the whole economy and the everything's just going to come tumbling down one day to the next. I don't think so.
Apparently, what all the billionaires think, all the frickin' Zuckerberg and all of them are building these $100 million
Yeah.
what do you call them, bunkers.
Well, I even think the fact that our richest people all seem to have a private space company, that's ultimately if you become so rich, right? Like $100 million bunker. Well, wait, you're still on Earth. Maybe the only way to survive is to be, orbiting for a few months, or whatever. Like it seems like, if you become rich enough, that would be the ultimate thing. It's like, well, I own the rockets. I guess if I had to, I could get on one. You know what I mean?
In that case, they should shoot Elon
Well,
Musk
I
space,
remember seeing this documentary about
deep
this
space.
prepping thing. And there was this episode that pointed out that the weakness of all these plans, okay, if you have $100 million bunker, how many staff and people Does that include that
How do you
need to
know they
make?
literally talk about how to keep their staff loyal and shit? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
What does your
weakness of it.
what does your money matter at the end of the world?
Yeah,
Like, who do
right.
they care?
And
They're
then
just
wait,
gonna
those
eat you.
people have their own family, their own all that. And if, yeah, what do you call it? Mutiny, basically. Like, yeah, thanks for building it, but get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Because when shit goes down, you never really know how people are gonna, what people are gonna do what. Most likely, there's gonna be some desperate motherfuckers that'll do anything. But yeah, that's the weakness of it. I guess it, yeah, even in space, like, yeah, they could just kick you off the fucking thing if there's not enough food or eat you or whatever.
Well, look at that movie. There's a movie coming out soon. It's the ISS movie. That's exactly what they show. Um they do. They show the Earth and then they're going into like nuclear war. And they're friggin' object of the people in the ISS on the Americans are to take over to take control. And apparently the Russian side has the exact same thing. So
Yeah,
there's
I can only imagine the contingency plans and the shit our government has on file for
the
the
ISS.
whatever fucking happens. Yeah, most likely it's some crazy shit. And other countries have even crazier shit. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I grew up even in the elementary school in LA. And we used to have to get under our desk and do drills for the nuclear. We were in the Cold War, so I was raised during this fear of the Cold War, the nuclear proliferation, like that. That's a big part of my influential years. That was a big thing. It still is a big thing, but like, oh, I've lived my whole life and like, yeah, I guess nothing's really happened. So yeah, if my younger, no new hippie self would have told you, we would have like blown ourselves up years ago. Like, I can't believe that this amount of missiles are pointed at each other, and like, yeah, it becomes like a stalemate, basically, right? Like, okay, so we can't do any, like, right? We're afraid we're stuck. So why even have them, right? But oh no, you still got to have them. Like, ultimately, my main political thing with the military, it gets to the spending. It seems like, what is the stat? Seven of the largest countries' military combined isn't our size of our military. But like, even this latest thing with the Hushi or whatever, it sounds like that's like a street gang, okay? Like, we have the biggest military in the world. In the last 20 years have been held up by basically equivalent to the Crips or the Mexican mafia in Afghanistan, Iraq, or wherever. They're not even countries or military of stature, right? So it's useless. Like, once again, it's like so big that it's inept that it can't even take care of shit when it needs to. Maybe we could get away with like having the same military budget, maybe a little more money than the top country. But wait, seven countries combined isn't as big as ours. And then ultimately, since Vietnam, I don't know. I'm all for whatever happens, but it doesn't seem like it's our military is so big and uh, massive, and the bureaucracy of it all. Yeah, it's almost inept. Like, listen to some of the stories that have come out of like what the fuck happened. Like, oh, I thought for sure we had intelligence, and oh, wait, how many years did it take to root out one or two of these people? Like decades. Holy shit. Guess we didn't have it like we thought we had it. Because they were just hiding in some hut somewhere. So like, what
Yeah.
is it like? What's it fucking good for if it's like that? Like, I'm not for war. I'm a peace person thinking. But wait, we got a problem in Ukraine with Russia. What, we could just give them money? Why wouldn't we just go in there and kick ass and end this thing? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, we're afraid that dude will fucking fire nukes at us. That's what it comes down to. Or at anybody. And that keeps us from being able to actually utilize our massive military that should be able to deal with an operation like that in a couple weeks. If you put the full force of it, which why do you have it unless you're going to use it, right? But it seems like we're in this era now where, oh, we can't get sucked in, but hey, we'll just give you how much money? Fucking, oh, you want 100
I mean,
billion?
honestly, that's way cheaper. Holy shit. Like Russia's lost like 100,000 troops just to death, I
Yeah.
think they say, and 300,000 to injury. Can you imagine if the US did go to Ukraine? Fuck, we'd lose probably 20, 30,000, 40,000 people. The Russians, even though they are really badly equipped and super undisciplined and everything else, they're still fucking Russians. They still know how to shoot guns. So they would definitely fucking hit us with artillery and everything else. It would be a bloodbath. So that
Well,
would not
that's
be in
part
our
of
interest.
what
But
happened
giving them
out
some
of
missiles so they can do it themselves, that is in our interest.
Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, what really changed when we finally turned was the American people didn't have the stomach for the amount of people we were losing, which was a lot lower than other wars of the history. But yeah, it got to a point where that was the turning point when people were like, yeah, no, why is American kids dying over there for what? Well, and even the part about Afghanistan, remember when we pulled out, we tried to destroy as much of our shit as possible. We spent all those years bringing all this stuff over there, right? But then when it's time to pull out, oh no, we leave it all, like we just leave it behind. Like, okay, like wait, that was like a lot of money, a lot of everything. I get it. It would cost even more money to bring it back, but that's pretty crazy that we just leave it and then we try to like fuck up the engines or the some of the equipment has like a what do you call it, code, like yeah, once you put that code in it then it discombobulates and you can't use it anymore, but they scrap it. But like we left everything behind, all the stuff. Dude, we spent years bringing over. But that feeds, what do you call it, the military industrial complex. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, now we got to make and sell you more of it, and that's why your budget's $1 trillion a year.
Hmm.
It's crazy. It's and
Everything
even
else
though
about
like oh wait, shouldn't this be something that's a topic and no, like no one wants to talk about this. Nope, they run on like calling each other stupid names and shit. It's crazy. It's entertaining, but it's crazy.
one word for it. Up on people. We're having a little conversation here. You're welcome to join. 24 people watching. I'm sure somebody here would like to show off their garden or something.
Yeah, I'm at the stage where I have like a 60-foot framework of a. It's been there a long time. It's made out of steel. It's like a greenhouse, but it doesn't have any It's just a framework.
Oh, I was going to ask
Um,
you, did you bring your own soil or your soil from outdoors?
yeah, that's part of what is like at first I was like, yeah, because the way that it's in this fenced in area, nothing, without pulling down that fence. And there's uh, two 4x8 beds of fabric beds that are about 4 years old. I'm probably pretty sure, even though they look on the sides and everything else like the structure's still there, I'd be afraid the bottom, if you tried to forklift it and try to move it that way. Oh, that's and that. Wait, where are you putting it? So we've already moved this relatively small amount by just using the 30 and and 40 or maybe 50-gallon fabric pots and some pots where we just shoveled in some
Mm.
small amount of soil. That was a couple weeks ago. That day, and then seeing, oh, all that was just that. Like, oh, I know it was like, what do you call it, yards? Yeah,
Mhm.
it's like 7-8 yards of soil I put in this area, between those and the 100-gallon rounds.
Mm.
Uh, yeah, well, it is worth it in the end, but the amount of work, labor, time, effort
Yeah.
to move that it's questionable. It's questionable. If it wasn't still so good, I would just say, well, fuck, let's start making another one. But that shit was rocking, and
Yeah.
oh, I plan. That's what I plan on doing. That's what I was going to say. It's like I've learned in the last 4 years of taking my outdoor in this area serious that I always start too early, just because I'm impatient,
Mm.
which means like early April. No, like it's really more like end of May, maybe even wait till June, because on a few of my crops, and here I'm really this year especially just focusing on one crop during the prime season, not trying to go multiple times. Even with, well, I've on my own been trying to decide if I should use plastic and like or like different material, but make it like a greenhouse. Or do I want to just cover it with a shade cloth, right? Because I did learn the last 4 years, oh, it grows big and it looks really good, but full sun, especially like full sun, like there's there's no interruption from the moment the sun comes up till it goes down. Uh yeah, I think that's too much. Like, especially that when you try to wash stuff that's been full sun, which at this point, especially that size, the value of trying to like move outdoor or whatever greenhouse, the price and even the demand, oh, you're way better off doing it to wash the like the whole thing. The stuff that's in the sun full time always comes out darker. It's not less terpy, but it's like different terpy, right? Where, yeah, when it's 85, 90, even hotter outside, there's still just like if you were outside uh, and stood still and let the sun beat on your back. Oh, it gets hotter and hotter the longer it stays. So like even when I realized this so long ago, like what created what was bud rot was that, yeah, it would be moist in the morning, the the marine layer, and it would burn off real quick. like within 15 minutes, it would be sunny out and warm. Like you could almost see the steam coming off of the fucking buds because, yeah, it's like 100 degree, whatever temperature, like it's the internal temperature and that full sun. Uh, yeah, I think you find a better, well, and from what I know, better product to wash under shade cloth. Like it's a blonde, lighter color, more, and if you're growing for that, well, then that's what you're growing for. And if there's techniques that improve your odds of having a successful endeavor, well, then that's so if I was trying, and I could always make it to a greenhouse. If I was trying to go year round, oh, for sure, then the greenhouse, then that solves like, well, I mean, who am I to complain? I saw in the news yesterday, it said 80% of the United States is below freezing at this point. Well, I think today was like 75 and sunny, and maybe it's 53 at night. Like I don't, that's why I live in sunny San Diego. But you could still greenhouse. You could just go year round. Oh, and light depth and all. I don't know if I want to take it that serious. I think I'm just gonna. Over the years, I found that there is a season, and that's when it's the best. Even though you can grow outside of that season, uh, that's not the best. Things happen. That's when the mold is. That's when it rains too much. That's when it's too cold. Right. So that's my rant on that. But as I realize it's already halfway through January, fucking time goes by fast. Because part of what I want to do with my soil, we have 3 different compost piles. Like it's more than a pile. It's years worth of a lot. It's built up. It's when you walk out on it, it's like a sponge. It's cooking. But I want to take a percentage of that and mix it in my old soil, and then probably add some more pumice and spiff it up with compost.
Yeah, I agree with that hash that you said under the shade cloth.
Yeah,
Really,
I mean, it's not like I don't have experience, but that's kind of what I've heard, from people that seem to know more than I know about that. And yeah, uh, yeah, the the value or demand for even pretty well grown outdoor, no, it's pretty low.
and mixed light. That's what they call it now, right? Greenhouse.
Yeah, well, mixed light. I mean, depending. I mean, like that's like you could do mixed light in a
Indoors.
relatively inexpensive way, but some of these, whatever they cost, I mean, they seem like they're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars when they're a full. There's different people. The one I know that I look at is that guy Turp Mansion has like mixed light. He even says, and he shows pictures. I haven't really seen his product. Always looks like the best shit there is. Yeah, he is like full mixed light, glass house. But it's not really glass, but it's not. It's I don't even know what you call those greenhouses, but those things that looks to me like that would be the ultimate like toy. Like if you were into cars, oh, that'd be like having a Ferrari. You know what I mean? Like, oh, as a grower, yeah, one of those mixed light, fully efficient, all the bells and whistles. Uh, yeah, you rock it. You could rock the shit out of that.
But on cribs. Let's go check out the greenhouse. Instead of the
Well,
cars,
they're
let's go
more
check out the
like
cars. Let's
those
go
things
check
are
out the
like
greenhouse.
those are like greenhouse. That's a greenhouse. Whatever you call those things, they're I guess you could say it's a greenhouse, but that's on a whole other level than like a like a greenhouse.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I mean it's bitching to see, and yeah, like holy shit, what can be accomplished is just gnarly, and even that just opens your idea of like, well, yeah, that's like somebody from our community that's been lucky enough to build pretty large, fully vertically, meaning he packages. Oh, he's got one of the best licenses you can have. Lucky him. But oh, like if you think you see what he can do just there, think what a corporation could do. Like they could make miles of those in some anywhere and just pump out like whatever amount, like beyond. Like we are at a point where even though more cannabis than ever is being consumed, the amount of cannabis grown and available is like, well, they just announced the latest amount that Canada uh like destroyed or like from the legal market. It's more than they sell, right? So like if it's
Yep.
a year old, if it's older than a year old or whatever, oh, the system takes it back and destroys it and accounts for it, right? Um, yeah, if the amount that they're destroying is more than the amount that they sell for year after year, that's normal. Like that's just business as usual up there. Yeah, that's crazy.
And then don't forget about recall. There's a lot of recall on
Yeah,
as well here in
yeah,
Canada.
just
LP.
reading the day-to-day stories that on Instagram or YouTube. Oh yeah, whether it's in Canada, whether it's in this state, whether it's in my own state, there's always something like some story about. I mean, Cap's not here tonight, but oh, it looks like oh they just totally rescinded the whole thing in Thailand. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like wait, it was like the
Kitty.
whole thing, and all these people moved there, and all this investment, and all this hopes and dreams, and then wait, they pulled, and there's no more wreck. It back to like this weird medical thing that was in the past with oils. Like, oh, that's I don't even know how you could do that. Like like I would have bet, oh no, there's no way. Like the cat's out of the bag, right? But you know, when it comes to governments, the cat's never out of the bag. They can always go back. Like like you think, oh, we're never going back to that. Oh, don't fool yourself.
And for those who are wondering, Captain's on the airplane right now, back on his way to Thailand. So that's where
Yeah.
he is right now. He's on a 4-hour flight.
Well, I know that thing, there's a lot of people, not a lot, but there's people that are invested or work like counting for like they deep in whatever's happening in Thailand. oh, yeah, those people have to be pretty concerned that, yeah, it might not turn out the way they thought it was. And then that's just an example for the world to go, yeah, you can't just flip it. You have to have like a plan. You have to have a system. Even why the politicians are doing this is basically the cannabis pro cannabis people don't have an argument because they can't say, well, in the last year, the government in this and received X amount of millions of dollars in tax and and here's your piece of it, because that's what keeps that. Even what happened in like Vista, where they were like trying to be against it, people on the city council pointed to like, well, El Cajon makes X amount of money a year off of the 9 shops they have. Uh, like, oh, they just wanted in on the money, right? And the politicians that were pro it just had to point to all these places that make X amount of money. And then how do you say no then? And that's sad that that's what this is all about. But yeah, that's what this is all about. It's not about cannabis, the good of cannabis, whether people should be okay to smoke it, any of that. It's strictly about the dollar.
It's all about the money.
I mean, the way I look at it, the that side had pillaged and basically fucked up every other part of the economy, every sector. Oh, manufacturing, automobiles, even themselves, investing. They all were like tapped. Everyone had squeezed everything they could. And then, whatever, 10 years ago with binoculars, they looked down the horizon as like, yeah, what's left of pillage? Oh, they see this giant ass amount of money, especially when you look at it globally or even per state, like, oh, cannabis. And they just pounced on it and we fell for it.
Yeah, discovered country.
Yeah.
Well, it's
And
kind of messed up how hollow all the cannabis people have turned out to be. You know, it's all just money, money, money.
and like, yeah, I wouldn't expect us this but I don't like it, even what I'm trying to say. I don't see any void other like, yeah, it's like I said this a bunch of times. It's like sheep being led to slaughter. They're just lined up, and maybe some of them in a conversation would agree with you, but the people that are actually in position to kind of make a difference, no, they're not. They're not sticking their neck out and saying any of that. They're, they're in line to get paid. Like, you know, I get it. I wouldn't expect Burner or Ivan or whoever these names. There's some people that are the influential or big enough that they're uh, would no, I get why none of them would ever, because they're on a path for something else and they're not gonna fuck that up. Like, you know. And even any of these deals amongst ourselves, like I still get these updates where there's major cases where like people are suing so and so and so and so and list all these things that are like been done to them, or like even if a tenth of that shit's true, which most likely, yeah, people are just fucking each other over like it's crazy. Welcome. I don't think it's unique to cannabis. It's like welcome to 2024 or whatever the time we're in. That's like some of us think, oh yeah, that's maybe taking it too far. Like we're not gonna get rich by fucking somebody over, or like something like that. Oh no, there's a bunch of people that are celebrated for that. It's okay to do that. You know what I mean?
It's like my uncle used to say, once you pay for it, you fucked yourself. Like like you bought that, you fucked yourself, boy. You should have known better not to buy something like that. Like he would always tell my ass that shouldn't have fell into that shit. Fucked yourself. Fucked yourself.
Yeah. I mean,
We fucked ourselves with the wreck in California by changing from we had it perfect, bro.
yeah,
So
yeah.
perfect before we walked in
It,
with a duffel bag
well,
of whatever and be
well,
like,
wait.
out.
You could have just built on 215. Oh, 215 needed a few. There was like some gaping holes in it, right? Okay, but here's
Sounds like a
like
mouth.
like the first couple years, and even the people I knew that were in it. Oh, it seemed like that metric shit. Oh, they had cameras, and oh, they would give you fines or write ups if they seen like a crumb on the counter. Like, oh, it was this whole system. You had to fill out all this paperwork, weigh every part, everything had cameras everywhere. It seemed like, oh, well, shit, you just got to go by the rules here, or you lose your thing. That's how it started. It seemed like. Well, now that it's so many years in, yeah, that metric thing is like a joke, right? It's already one. It's they don't have the manpower or the budget to have enough whatever you bodies, people out there doing spot checks and this and that and all that. And there's like a million ways to not a million. There's a few ways that you can circumvent the system. Well, wait, that every state uses this software. It's a company that's metric, right? Um, that touted itself as like this foolproof inventory, whatever the fuck it was supposed to be. Well, it isn't, right? But it's not like, oh, well, there's a new company or there's a better way. No, that oh, and you could probably go and look at the list of top investors in metric, and you'd find a bunch of politicians that bought early because they knew that the power of what this thing was. Because it's not like, oh, did you hear New York legalized? But they're not going with metric. They're going with some other company or their own. No, every state is on the same thing, metric, like spelt whatever. It's not metric. It's it doesn't have the I at the end. It's a like a private company. That most likely was a good investment for people who bought stock in that thing early on, like in 2000 fucking whatever, 10 or 11 or whenever that ball got going. Even politicians that are probably say against cannabis, if you could get their investment records, you'd see, oh wait, but why would you invest in this thing called metric? Oh, because it was a hot tip. And those people are so like what do you call it? Liars. That yeah, they will invest in shit they're against if they can make money.
Here's folks. Happy 420. Debbie's saying Happy New Year. Good to see you, Debbie. Glad you found us.
Just in time for 420. Oh shit, just missed it.
That's it.
Well, folks, if you guys want to continue the chat, if you guys want to continue the conversation, it's hard to do it.
what's up?
So
Oh, yeah.
seriously, come on up and chat with us, ladies and germs. Don't be shy.
Man, I don't bite too hard.
I was
Ah.
gonna say that. I was gonna say D don't bite that hard,
Ah,
but he does bite.
yeah, so don't feed the animals. Keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times.
Just probably clean that out. And it's just so bad.
Wouldn't that be funny if that was Dracula's ringtone?
Oh,
There's like a fleet of helicopters above me right now. Holy shit, the whole house is
Oh, really?
rumbling. Let me mute myself before the dog freaks out. Oh, it's not working.
Well, I have to show it to you in the daytime, but right over the fence from to the neighbor's property, which I don't know, they got over 10 acres. It's a rental property, but the guy that owns it, like, I don't know how many years ago, there's a cell tower thing. So, like, it's this little fenced in building with this tower. It goes way up. It's been decommissioned like years ago because they put up other towers, but it's not like they're going to take it down, and they still pay the guy. He gets just for this little thing on his property 2,600 a month, and it's like 25 feet on the other side. Like, oh, it could have been on this property, but oh, it's on that property. Even though now it's decommissioned, there's no cell uh, going through it. Oh, and it's one of those expensive ones and big ones. But yeah, I guess they just leave it behind in case or cost too much money to take it down, and they just keep paying for it. That's a sweet deal.
when wind turbines were starting to get really big, like the real big ones, here in Canada, my uncle had a chance, because he has a farm. He could have had, because he has like 100 acres or something crazy. But you could have put like a bunch of them up there, and they would have paid them for the land. Same deal.
Yeah. Yeah. The one thing that's like the wind things, oh, when they're new, but like so many years later, when you have to do maintenance, especially on those blades, oh, it's super expensive. And like the ones in the Bay Area, South Bay Area, that yeah, that was like, well, actually, it's where Altamont, that music festival, was on the hill that always has wind, and that they put up like first generation of the wind farm, like so many years ago. You drive by there now, most of those, yeah, they don't even have blades on them anymore. They're yeah, well, compared to the new ones, they're just outdated. They're like relics. And the amount of money it would cost to put the new ones in, I guess maybe that's the plan. But oh, those new ones are expensive as hell. The really efficient ones. It's all about those blades. Yeah, my friend and his son have a uh, water truck business. And they basically used to live in San Clemente on the beach and just go out to work in Mojave. But they work for the wind and other energies that they put up these huge farms where when they're building out the roads and doing whatever, they just drive around and water it and then go fill up their water trucks and water it. And it's been a couple years. They moved out there because they just got tired of going back and forth. But oh yeah, they make good ass money just driving the water trucks around while they're building out the infrastructure, the roads to bring in the trucks that have all those blades are huge. Like they're like beyond a wide load. They have a bunch of them in Palm Springs area too.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we have a sign that says if you see construction without the water truck, call. So they'll get a fine or the water truck can get out there right away to make all the sand or the dirt, the dust and debris. Bad shit. We can't shouldn't breathe.
That's probably because some environmental group years ago fucking sued and said, yeah, when they're doing this, they're like putting whatever X amount of top dust or top soil or into the
poor air quality. Bad. Just a couple of those.
Yeah.
Just a couple in the street sweepers we have come by every morning almost. So they're making their money too. Like come the city, like yeah. So they go by every morning. It's crazy. It's nice. Used to be nice where I used to live. Oh no. It's not like that out here.
Well, I mean, you probably actually see it, but I saw that thing on 60 Minutes, and then I watched some show on YouTube about what are they calling it? What is it? Lithium? Is it lithium? Bad? Yeah. They say that area out by you is worth 5 times what the Saudi oil value is of their oil reserve or their oil drip. They have oil under their desert out there, or wherever they get it all. Yeah, that's a lot. And even like the questionable part is they already have these sample things up because they're like trying to prove out that the way they do it and the amounts of water that they're going to use to do it. Oh, but the water runoff and all that's going to be fine. Like, don't worry about it. It's better than it was before we did this to it. Which, well, that sounds good.
Well, that's what they say when you mine it. That it's not really like a big old mining project like the rest.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
So, and I haven't seen that either. Some big trucks come and go. So they're building infrastructure for something.
Yeah. Oh no, they're like if these people that some of the biggest investments group, smart investor, like hedge, all that is deep in this thing. It's like a 10, 20 year play, but most likely, whatever they're saying is going to happen. Oh, it's happening. Like, yeah, the money's already there, and the resources there too.
Yeah.
But what it does to oh, it's just the desert. It's just like, who gives a, no. That's also like part of like the whole bigger ecosystem. Like, oh no, like can't just go fuck up some area for some resource. But
yeah. I mean, there's so much like right to the left of me. I don't know if it's the left or the right of me. We have the Sani Bono animal or whatever it is. I forgot what it's called. It's where you can't hunt or do nothing. So it's like national park or whatever.
Yeah.
Nature reserve.
Wildlife. Whatever. I'm so high.
Well, was it named after Sonny Bono or was it land he gave him?
Yeah, he made it.
Yeah.
Before he
People
died,
like,
he was
oh,
like,
everybody knows who Cher was,
yeah,
but I grew up and it was Sonny and Cher. And he was kind of this cornball guy compared to Cher. Even back then, they had this variety show. I remember watching, but he died like I think he in a ski I don't know. Like, yeah, it might have been a ski accident.
Yeah, he hit a tree.
Yeah,
Nature Preserve, I think it's called. Let me see.
well, most likely, like,
Salt
oh,
Nature
when they
Nature
were like
Wildlife Preserve. Yeah.
famous and getting paid whatever money, land out there was like pennies. So he probably like bought up like even in that short period of time because he died a long time ago. Oh, he bought it when it was like super, and now it's everything's valuable.
Yeah, the Sunny Bono Salton Sea National Wildlife Refuge
Well, that's cool.
donated, or in his honor, it was named after him,
Yeah.
dedicated to Congressman Sonny Bono.
Well, a lot of like spots or yeah, that rich families have donated that, like whether it's the building, the house, the property for historic or just for yeah, some of the coolest things that's the history of them. They were like yeah, some rich people were cool.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of them didn't just turn out all trust funds. Like some of them are. Those ones suck. Those two.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of that was like some people were at the right time, like, oh, you couldn't go wrong then. Do you know what I mean? Like 60s, 70s, early 70s. Oh, yeah. Like people never would have imagined that Southern California would become like Lancaster and the San Gabriel. Like it just kept growing. So people bought like a lot of wealth. Like that's the thing, like a lot of wealth, not just well, it created some rich people and some rich people in it,
Oh
but
shit!
the explosion of Southern California and the property values and whatever over the last whatever longer than 50 years, my parents were like, yeah, they bought their first house on my dad's GI loan, whatever that is, for like 35,000 in Woodland Hills. And then from there, oh, it just went up like everything, like, oh, they made, and we met better house. And oh, it just went up and up. Like, so a lot of people,
You know,
initial wealth, that it's not the hugest amount of money. Oh, Southern California generated a lot of wealth. Like all the kids I grew up with in my neighborhood, yeah, their parents bought these houses that became worth millions of dollars for like 50,000 and shit. Now today, oh, it don't play like that. Like if you bought something today for whatever, it ain't going up that amount.
yeah. Hey, Cap,
Cheers, everyone.
I'm surprised to see you. I thought you'd be on an airplane. Are you back now? Are you still? Where are you right now?
I'm back in Thailand,
Right
and
on.
somehow this got stuck in my backpack. So I got one more for the road for the next flight in another 3 hours.
Well, I just hope that the window doesn't pop out or some fake door doesn't pop off. And hopefully you're not on a Boeing. Fuck that company.
Home.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a little tough time. I'll catch you guys back here. I'll unmute when I get this joint rolled and I can move off this spot a little bit. Then I can hear you guys a little bit better. Sorry about all the noise.
It's fine.
I can't hear it.
Canceling pretty well.
Yeah.
Somehow I thought he looks like he's in like Arizona. There was a wagon wheel behind it.
Right?
And a jungle. It was, yeah.
He's a wagon wheel behind them. That's a trip. We have those lined outside the like La Quinta Hotel and a place. It's been like out in the middle of the desert forever. I figured to see those
Hey,
out there.
I don't know if anyone else saw it, but if you follow his Instagram, he posted, I don't know, it's Google whatever that tracks your location shit, and it had his annual amount of like miles he went, the amount of countries, city. Like I was like, holy shit, this guy ain't fucking around, dude. That's some gnarly data, dude. Captain's like he gets around, man.
Just like your mama. Round like a circle. Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, basically from being a committed grower for the last 30 some years. Yeah, maybe a couple times we did pull off a couple that were longer, but normally it was like 4 or 5 days. That was the like, oh, whatever we could do, it would have to fit in that. We couldn't go, oh yeah. A couple times we did. The reality of that was it was like weeks and it was multiple people and it cost me even yeah, you can't expect people to do like house sit or do this and do that for just nothing. So then yeah, beyond what it would cost to go on vacation or travel, oh, there was like the cost of people to take care of your animals, people to do this, people yeah, and to be reliable. I remember the first few times I'd call them like every night. Is everything all right? Okay, you did this and all right, everything good? And then after years of it, there was a couple people that were like yeah, mainly because it was like part of it was well, you shouldn't need to go anywhere, right? If there's food and everything you need here and I'm paying you this amount, you could just stay here the whole time, right? Very few people would commit to that. But to me, yeah, I didn't want to like have you come in and go in and this and that. So I'd be like, yeah, just stay here. You got everything you need. And they would give me a list of things they wanted and I'd buy it at the grocery and stock everything. And a couple of those people used it as like their own vacation. That's like what they'd be like, oh yeah, and they got paid. And even if you didn't have to do anything, I just because of my animal, I don't know, but some of that was my wife. That was the way she wanted it. Like it wasn't like the dogs could be
I hope you guys
alone.
are.
Now this is an airport lounge, or you're in?
I know he's back in Thailand.
Yeah. He's in shorts and like
Yeah, this is the old everyone.
oh, you're breaking up, bud.
But I've got
Yeah.
like 2 hours and 45 minutes until my next flight.
Oh, okay.
Layover.
Yeah, that sucks.
Your mama likes to lay over.
And I didn't want to spend that line and go through all the checkpoints again. I don't have to go through immigrations. I've already gone through that. My bags have been checked on to my next flight, so there's no worries there. So we're good to go.
So wait, you're in a smoking lounge inside the airport?
No, it's outside.
Oh,
That's why there's a wagon wheel.
It's just in between the two terminals because the terminals are in different buildings.
oh, and wait, what city are you? Is this
Bangkok.
oh, this is Bangkok. So that's the
Yeah, that's why I'm rolling a joint out in the public. You
yeah,
don't
that's
do
the
this
big
in
city.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
No.
Now, considering that 80% of our country's freezing, you're kicking it in shorts and all tan and looking healthy like it's summertime.
You muted, I think.
I mean,
You muted, Captain, but we can't hear you.
yeah.
It's about 87 here in Bangkok. It was in the 90s the whole time in Vietnam. Down on the island, it got 98 for 2 days.
I'm
But then
jealous.
it dropped down. It would drop down into the upper 70s at night, which made it really nice. And the
Damn.
papers I bought, man, the fucking glue sucks.
So, by the way, how was Vietnam in the end, Captain? Did you enjoy it?
Concentrate hard on the joints.
I would say it looks like he did have a good time. Look at him, he's radiating.
Oh, that's great. He's great, baby. That's awesome.
Well, it only took 3 papers, but I rolled the joint.
Hilarious.
Did you hear the question, Cap?
Nope, I'm sorry.
Fumi asked you, so overall, how was Vietnam? What was the overall experience?
Oh, the overall experience in Vietnam was awesome.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a cheap holiday, then Vietnam is really not it. You can do cheap, but doing cheap in Vietnam is not like doing cheap in Cambodia or Thailand. Basically, the hotels are about $30 to $40 more a night. And the food cost was a lot more.
But it seemed like that those hotels were pretty top of the line.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but I booked that room. You know, that room cost me $90 a night US.
But I've seen like other content where people that travel, I follow, or seen. Yeah, sometimes they're like, yeah, it's pretty damn cheap, but like, yeah, I'm not so sure like that you get what you pay for, right?
Exactly. And if you go from like the superior one bedroom, because I looked at that before I got the luxury superior one bedroom. And for the extra $12 a night, you got a softer bed. The pillows were better. The couch was better. The TVs were bigger. So exactly, if you got to look at it, and if they have that same room, but it's 10 or $15 more, spend the money because the view's going to be better. Your whole experience is going to be better.
Brought to you by
Are,
G's.
so you're in like an airport. Are those plants real or they're like fake plants?
Yeah, these are all real plants.
Yeah, that looks nice. Good vibe with a lot of plants.
And that's a real joint too.
I don't think I've seen many real plants in any of our airports anymore. No?
It's been a long
Yeah,
time
you
since
got a little place you could walk around here in between the airports.
Now, I know it's gone down a little, but a couple years ago I was like, God, does everybody fly with their dogs? Like sometimes you'd be on a flight and there'd be like 6, 7 people with dogs. Like they had this little patch on their collar saying they were a emotional support animal. Is that popular over there where people travel with their dogs?
that way.
Mhm.
Over.
I love how that airport lounge looks like a tiki lounge or something.
Waiting for Jimmy Buffett to walk out.
Yeah, but if you're gonna hang out somewhere for an hour or two, or yeah, plants like it made me realize, oh, plants
He's
used to be part of like things, airports too. Like we used to use a lot more plants. Now, oh no, hardly any plants that cost money or whatever. But plants would be like there's like a vibe when there's real plants around you.
Someone needs to throw some cannabis seeds down in those gardens.
Yeah. Well, those kind of gardens are probably very well kept and anything sprouting up. It's
The plants that you see here, they take very little water. But here in Thailand, when the wage is so little, you can pay someone to take care of it. We've got the lady's cart right here. And probably what her job is from where those stairs are to over here, right at the corner. This is probably her whole area that she sweeps up because you have the smoking area over here that people go to. This says non-smoking, but I was here before they put up the non-smoking sign. But this is where I smoke in between because you do get a little bit of greenery. You get the birds chirping. It's just a nice little place to come hang out while you have a 2-3 hour layover.
well, and
And
this
you can
is
smoke.
Bangkok International Airport, right? This is one of the big hubs airports in the world.
This is Don Juan. This is the old airport. The
Okay.
new airport is on the other side of town, and it's all modern. That's
Yeah.
where I fly into when I come into the country. When you come into the country, 99.8% of the time, unless you're coming in from Asian country, you're going to be flying into the other airport.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Which
know that.
is, if you drive to it from here, is an hour and a half right now. You wait an
Holy shit.
hour or 2 hours, and it could take you 3 to 4 hours to get there.
Holy shit. But all right, so from downtown Bangkok, they're probably like both the similar distances away from the center of town.
Yes, one's just north and the other one is more west.
Yeah.
But from my apartment downtown, it would still take me 45 minutes to go to either one of these. But this one, they finally hooked up the rail system, and I'll walk you out there.
Those
Well,
guys.
I'll
So
walk you
this
out
airport
here.
is called
But they
San
just
Juan.
got the rail system done. So you don't even need a taxi from out here. You just take up what's over here, and that's a BTS line. So now for $2, you can be downtown no matter what the traffic is within 35 to 40 minutes to the Asok MRT.
Well, so
Instead of paying $12 in a tax.
and it seems like rent a car is less of a like less people rent a car, like where a lot of US cities, oh, you just rent a car. That's
Well, Bangkok is really difficult to drive in. And if you haven't been here,
yeah.
you're not leaving this town of Bangkok, there's no reason for you to get a car. The public transportation is awesome. I mean, you can have traffic where you.
Uh-oh, cut out. We need some elevator music. Please hold, we wait.
You move like on 4 miles or 5 miles.
It's always weird to me that not just this country, but so many countries have like better rail and public transportation and the quality of it than like most of ours is like run down, and like we don't have anything really modern. What city has like modern? Even the BART. I remember riding that in 1980, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever. It was so like modern. The BART hasn't changed at all since 19. Like it's pretty old at this point.
It only took 35 years to get it out to the airport.
Well, is it a pretty modern one?
Oh, this show Modern Marvels now because you said modern like 3 times. I gotta watch that.
What's crazy are those like Japanese bullet trains. Like 100
So we're
something miles
supposed to have
an hour.
something like that going from somewhere in upper California down all the way through the rest of it or whatever. They never finished that. It wasn't a bullet train, but it looked like some bullshit. They got all the money for it, but they never built it. What was it called?
Monorail.
Yeah, like one of those things.
Monorail.
Let's see what it was. It was spelled.
I can take a bus or a train from Bangkok here to Chiang Mai, but it would just take about 14 hours.
Oh fuck.
Now, would it be cost you a lot less, or is roughly
Oh,
the
yeah.
same?
Well, actually, it's only about half price.
What else?
So pay the 2,000 baht and just fly, and it takes an hour.
No rickshaws to take you home?
Saigon to Bangkok was only an hour and 10 minutes.
I missed it.
So if there was any way I could get a quicker flight, shit, I could have been back from Saigon here. They wheeled me right into my next flight, basically. And I could be home in an hour. It could take me 3 hours to get home from Saigon if I timed it right. And I got the flex time this time in case I missed my flight in Saigon. But I'm actually, I posted it up on my IG page. I'm going to be setting up a booth Saturday in Chiang Mai at an event. It's a free event, and they've been handing out raffle tickets around town with purchases at certain shops. And it's a free event, so people have been collecting these raffle tickets for the past couple days, and it should be a good turnout. Now, a booth is consisting of like an 8-foot or 3-meter table, I believe, and it's 2,000 baht for the afternoon.
And what are you got brownies ready to go?
I've got some brownies. Well, have brownies made up. I'll be leaving Friday. So I've got a day and a half to make brownies, but I'm gonna take a whole bunch of seeds. If they're selling copycat genetics here at 9,000 baht a pack, which works out to be $270 a pack, then fuck, the seeds I have should be at least 10,000 baht a pack. But I've got some oil that I need to get rid of, and I guess maybe some sort of papers.
Well, and either way, it's always a network opportunity. Is like booths.
Yeah, and it's only 2,000 baht to have a table. That's less than $70.
Yeah, I saw. I didn't read it at all, but I saw your post. Yeah, it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's a free event. And the one reason why I'm really going to do it is because they did those raffle tickets. So with it being a free event and the raffle tickets, that should bring at least 300-400 people in. So if I get 10 people out of those 300 or 400 to spend, 10, 20,000 baht with me, I'll be all right.
I was in the Sobeys earlier and saw you, Captain. I was walking by. I saw these M&M brownie mix on sale. Like, Captain.
Did you like the picture I sent you of the shop, the dong shop?
Yeah.
Yeah, all of what I did last night, I can't show you guys.
Uh-oh.
Well, I went down a street where it literally tells you at the beginning of the street, if you are videoing, do not focus on the women, focus on the street straight up and down. If not, just don't video.
Oh, shit.
And there were people on the street that people were taking videos of some of the girls, and there were guys walking up to them telling them, hey, stop videoing.
Well, by even having that announcement or that rule, that would just make people do it more too. Like people are weird that way, right? You tell them you can't do something and they do it. But
Until you
there's
get
like,
your ass kicked.
yeah, but I mean, I'm sure those people realize that certain people make content and like actually make money off of YouTube with like
Well,
certain,
that's
yeah, there's, I forget their names, but there's people that basically travel around the world to all these whatever spots, and oh, yeah, guess what? There's a million people that follow them for whatever reason.
that's why they tell you if you're going to walk with your. So if you've got your phone on a stick and you're walking down the street and you turn it to the side every once in a while, as you're going, but not, it's just disrespectful, really. Because a lot of those girls have daytime jobs at offices, but have to do that to make ends meet because they're supporting people back.
Well, this airport has shitty internet.
Yeah, well, I'm underneath concrete, guys, and the concrete goes for like 50 meters.
Yeah, that's probably what's causing the.
I was gonna say they must have Comcast.
Well, the video seems to keep coming through.
Yeah, it's just the audio.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you guys letting me come on today.
Well, finish your travel safe.
I'll stick around until, my battery dies, which will be here soon. I'm not done with the joint yet, man. So yeah, now you could actually see me smoking in two different countries within 2.5 hours.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, considering the flying is kind of stressful, uncomfortable, all that. Yeah, it's good to see that there's a few places that you could be get stoned on your layover. I mean, what better? Like I've always gotten as stoned as I can to fly, travel all the way, smoking it to the last off ramp to the airport
Yeah.
because I could imagine doing that whole experience like not that way. And then yeah, I don't care how long the security line is. I just go through it, no problem. But I'm always stoned as fuck.
Well, like I had a problem with when I checked in with the guy at the counter, and it was all over me starting to take a video of the way he was acting. And we got into a big argument about it. And I'm waiting till I get to Chiang Rai to see what happened to my bag, if anything. But I'm sure that, you know, if there's a, hey, flag this bag button on their machine, he hit that fucker.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I never had a problem. We went down to St. John probably over the years 10 times. And it was the last time. We used to have to lay over in Miami and then catch the flight to San Diego. And the other times I went without, but I had done it so many times. I would leave whatever extra stash I had with this guy I met that was the he took care of many people's houses. That's why you you would like rent if you rented a house. Oh, this guy had like a dozen. He had different owners, but whatever. He was a cool guy, Fred. Leave him the lead. But this last time, I had one joint that I put in my cigarette pack and went through, and whatever time that time, oh, they like found it. Next thing you know, me and my wife were in the back with like full blown whatever they were, customs. And part of it too was she had shells and sand and shit I didn't even pay attention, but oh, there's a law. You can't take anything up from that beach out. No shells, no souvenir shit. Oh, she had more than that. She had like little amounts of all this different shit she had saved. And oh my God, it was an extortion, is basically what it was, right? Now they were Virgin Island people, but that made them American, but they were customs. And like they acted like they were like this, like, oh my God, the power went to their heads. There was three of them. And oh, they wanted to know how much money, like what's in your bank account, what's your balance or your available balance on your credit
2
cards.
million baht in Thailand taking shells and shit off the beach. 2 million baht.
Yeah, they had all of our cards, like they had everything. They went through it all, dug through everything. Okay. And like hours are going by, at least maybe less than 2 hours, right? But when it really got down to it was okay, you're going to give us this amount of money now, right? You're going to take from your ready tower, we're going to take that, and then you're going to give us this. It was about 2,500 that they was able to get. And then the worst part of the whole experience, and I had taken this flight from at St. Thomas. Yeah, that's where you fly into to go to St. John. Um, yeah, it's the kind of airport where when you board the plane, you walk out and you go up these stairs and get on the plane, right? It's just the plane to get to Miami. Yeah, the whole plane had been sitting there boarded for this whole time. It wasn't like, oh, even when it was happening, I was like, oh fuck, we missed that flight. We'll have to fly tomorrow. Like I was sure that flight did not wait. When me and my wife got driven out there in this cart to the stairs by the customs view and then walked up and walked on the plane. Oh my God. The people, the it wasn't like anyone said anything. They didn't have to. The looks like whatever, 200 people on the flight or whatever were pissed. And like they knew that they even I think they said, "Oh yeah, a couple dumbasses are hung up in customs, right?"
Peace out, guys. The battery's dying.
All right, Cap. And then
Later,
Captain.
cat. Safe flight.
yeah, I fly home, and like less than a month later, I get this notice from whatever U.S. fucking something customs something where yeah, they were demanding another. I think it was $3,000, and I was like, what? Like fuck that. But then I consulted with my lawyer friend, or my lawyer, like a guy that's a lawyer. He's like, yeah, no, dude, just pay it. Like, if you don't pay it, then you're gonna have big problems. And this happened years ago. And all right, I paid it, and that was the end of it. So I've always thought, oh, if I fly, I definitely must be in the system over that happening. Like dummy with a joint, right? But yeah, like I always think this going places they don't want to interrupt you going somewhere because you're spending money. But once you're like going home back, oh, that's when you better be careful. But now I haven't been there since then. Weed's legal in the Virgin Islands. Rec. I'm like, I can't even imagine what that will be like.
Heck yeah.
Because, yeah, we went there all those times. Like the first time we went there, the dude that picked us up at the whatever boat that takes you over was this guy, Fred, who turned out to be like, yeah, a friend and more, we'll say, for a lot of years. Um, yeah, I had no problem ever doing that. And values were good. Like oh, what things were worth down there was a lot. Um, yeah, once I got to know him, I think by like the second or maybe the third time out of the 10 times we went, and each time the house got better, pools and fucking jacuzzis and better views. Um, yeah, it was a trade. I just bring him flour, and yeah, he would cover the days or whatever at whatever house we were at, which was always like, um, I used to think I was gonna retire and move there. I know people there, and there's a lot of expats that buy little spots, live either on St. Croix, St. Thomas, uh, or St. John. And you can like just take these little boats over to the British Virgin Islands. Oh, that's where they party harder than on the US side, but that's a different story. Um, but then right after, I don't know how many times that place has been hit by a fucking hurricane since I've last been there. A couple times where they send me the pictures of St. John, which is very small place. It's only like this one road and this little spots, right? Oh, it's been wiped out. Everything wiped out. They rebuild it because they can. But yeah, I can't imagine living in a place where wind or hurricane over whatever amount of years, your odds are like a couple times in your life you'll lose everything to that. Oh no, that's too gnarly. I couldn't think of that. Even though I live where an earthquake could fuck us up any second and we're due, I have like a thing where I'm afraid of like tornadoes and hurricanes. I've seen pictures. I've been in like gnarly tropical storm a couple times, but never the full blown. That shit scares the fuck out of me.
Get you, my pretty, and your little dog too.
I'm afraid of moving geysers. And there's one right on Highway 111 down the road from me. Just like opens up and starts sinking the earth into it. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy, and I live next to one. No. I'm afraid of sinkholes. That's what I'm
Yeah,
afraid of.
well, I've seen some crazy videos where like a sinkhole just sucks fucking car in. Like
Yeah.
those things happen fast. Like, and some of them have been pretty big.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
You got those ones they have in like some of the rivers and shit are crazy too. Is that what we're talking
Yeah.
about?
I forgot what I was just gonna say. I'm so lost.
The crazy shit you see. Like that's one of the good cool things, Instagram or reels or small clips. Like, holy shit, the variety of different shit that I see little things of that happen around the world. Like,
Hey Jeff, how's it going?
Hey D.
Oh, Jeff.
Hey everyone. I was just looking up the Iceland volcano. Gonna see if I can find some pictures of that.
is that like,
If
like,
you've
is
seen
that
that.
something that just happened? Like an active volcano in
Yeah,
Iceland?
yeah, it's going off now.
Wow.
2 minute warning.
Ultimately, like a volcano, and that makes, if you're a country, makes you have more land, right? Like that's what land was built on, right? Most of it. So like even Hawaii, if they had a couple more like volcano things happen, next thing you know, there'd be a couple more islands.
But
Yeah, right.
I thought they built the city on rock and roll.
Yeah.
Built this city on rock and roll.
There you go, green fingers.
Is that Sticks? What is it?
Uh that might be Styx. It's one of the bands from that era. That was like their big hit or one of their big hits. Styx had a bunch, like they were really, I mean, it wasn't really my bag, but they were like ending like uh like there's this thing where there's this theater in Chicago called the Uptown. I think the Uptown in some forms even still there today. But back in the 80s, the
Cheers.
Uptown was closing, right? And it kind of like got billed or this run of Grateful Dead shows was the last shows at Uptown Theater. Except that wasn't really true. Styx did a run of shows. I think they recorded, made a video out of it, whatever. Um, um, because they were like that was their hometown. Like they were from uh, Chicago area. Like back then, even some of the band's names were like Boston and like each of those, some of those like classic rock bands, they were representing like an area of our country. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like Journey, they were from the Bay Area, and then Van Halen, they were fucking L.A., Pasadena, like that.
Chili
I don't know.
Peppers.
Yeah, it kind of like uh, part of your band would be where you were from. Where like, oh, Jay Giles band, I think they were Michigan guys. Um, oh, and then you had the Southern bands and they had their own sound and all that. But some of all that became like each of those bands have like whatever you call it, classic rock songs that are timeless. Like regardless of how popular or not rock and roll is. Oh, yeah, Fog Hat. We all know, like, yeah, there's like this certain base of rock and roll music, right? But a lot
Yeah.
of that gets into like, oh, Aerosmith. They were from where the fuck are they from? Um, they used to matter. Well, didn't matter. It was part of their identity and their sound came from where they came from and where they back then. By the time you even made it on national, you'd been like pounding your local scene for years to get to that point.
Oh, by the way, it was the correct answer was Starship.
Well,
Starship.
that's all right. So that's
Starship.
Jefferson Airplane. This is part of the '60s, summer love music in the Bay Area. And then when it broke, it didn't really break up, but it changed and became Starship, Jefferson Starship. And then it even changed and became just Starship.
Starship. I remember.
And that's like Grace
That's true.
Slick, Paul Cantor. There's some, Jefferson Airplane. Yeah, they're a good band. They put out shit.
But
Yeah, I
I'm
was
just
listening to
saying
some
we
Janis
built the city.
Joplin. He was really good.
I'm saying. I'm saying.
Yes, Janis Joplin. Actually, Hart too. Then I was listening for like, oh yeah, what were
Yeah.
those other good
And well,
female
Hart,
singers there?
the Wilson
And
sisters, they
Fleetwood
were
Mac.
from Seattle area or the Northwest. Yeah.
Dreamboat Annie. Yeah, there's some good songs. And Janis Joplin had a great voice. I mean, I was listening. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot how good
Well,
it
yeah,
was.
no, she was on another level. Yeah.
And she was with somebody in the holding company.
Big Brother and the Holding Company, which
Big Brother.
like that
Yeah.
whole scene was like intermeshed with like, oh, at time Jerry Garcia played in Big Brother and the Holding Company. And it was like the Bay Area uh
Oh,
clan of musicians at that era were like Jefferson's Airplane, Grateful Dead, couple other bands, but they were all kind of intertwined. There was Wally Hiders. That was like a recording studio. That's where they all worked and made, and like, oh, on
nice.
certain songs, Jerry Garcia is playing pedal steel on whatever song for whoever. It was a communal thing in that time.
Yeah, that was kind of the start of it, it seems.
Yeah, well, another person, I mean, she had her different style, but Grace Slick, that was Jefferson Airplane
Yeah.
singer. Oh yeah, she could belt out a fucking song too. Like, yeah. Like even you know who Leonard Cohen is? He's like a songwriter, composer, uh music guy of like the highest regard, Leonard Cohen.
Do you like classical music?
Well, yeah. Well, he's
No,
responsible
he's
for
kind
writing
of folk
Hallelujah.
rock.
Fame. Oh yeah, like yeah.
He's a dude
Um,
Yeah,
with Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. But like, so I was listening to an interview with this bass player, Tal Wilkenfield, but on Lex Friedman, and she's telling because made a rendition of this song called Chelsea something. It's called Chelsea something, and Lex was like pointing out that in one point of it, it says something about you're naked giving me head, right? Like a pretty like, oh, and this was written in like 19 whatever in a really conservative time, right? Where
oh, there you
yeah,
go.
that and the rest of these lines are like classic, and it's about the Chelsea Hotel, and
Hola.
and one of Dude's regrets before he died was that yeah, the story was everyone kind of figured out what he was referring to was Janice. Like this, like time they like, oh, she was giving him head before whatever. It's like in this song, right? And that he outed her because like whatever,
Well,
like because that guy
didn't
also
name her
did
though, so not
Tao.
well. Yeah,
He's a musician of you can yeah. Well, he's passed on now, but he 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 knew his stuff. We'll just say that. Yeah, but I
yeah,
thought that was funny.
Those were
That's
good
what I
times.
heard
In a lot of
about
ways, that was
Janice
like
like last week in this story about that she's in this song. She's the one that was naked giving him head in the limousine or something like that. It's some line in this song.
but that was kind of in the 60s, 70s, 80s, that those decades, that was like the peak of music, maybe in a lot of ways. Like now you still have, but the concerts are different, they're more strict, and oh, tickets are expensive and no more, it's probably no more. Well, I don't know. Are they just giving away free tickets like they used to? Like people outside. Oh, here you go. People asking for a free ticket. Now that they're like $100 or more. I don't know. But those days were good. You could just travel on tour, and that can kind of be your family and what you do in life for a while. You can learn things, make friends, and probably could still do some of that now. And, with just touring, but it's a lot harder now. Yeah, legal weed. Well, I'm sure there's still like a good parking lot scene still going on. Just because, yeah, it's right there. And if they start having dispensaries at events, maybe something like that would happen. I think Colorado just changed their law, so now you actually are allowed to have like places where you can meet and smoke. I think so. I'm not gonna check, but yeah, now there are new laws in effect now, 2024. But
Yeah,
that would be good. Be
I
able to
mean,
buy pot at events. Hey,
it
turn your phone, bud. Yeah, there you
it does seem like oh the smart or things will happen, but it's just like even what I was surprised for at the beginning was that things happen so fast because normally change and things like this don't happen overnight. It's like takes time. Where yeah, I think that's a lot happened. 5 years, cannabis really changed and rec and the momentum changed. But now we're at a stage where all the things will be incremental and
go. Yeah, maybe they will start now they're gonna look like, oh, well,
well
we gotta you know bigger it.
Some of
So,
them are
oh, how
like,
can we do that? Oh, let's start selling at events. Oh, yeah, okay.
well, some of the things of like okay, we're talking about consumption, right? Even that you're going to have to say it's a consumption lounge, right? Instead of saying, well, wait, we sell alcohol and create these environments called bars where people do what like they do, and cannabis can't be like equal. Like, wait, it has to
So
be
ridiculous.
like some weird thing, and oh wait, the
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you
It
know,
gets preferential treatment. And even like now there's talk and a
but
bit of a
most
scare
of
that
these
it'll
things
go
that
to Schedule
were
3.
common sense, yeah, the other side doesn't really have like an like what's their position against it? You know what I mean? Like what? Like how can you justify some position against it? That seems to be where we are now. Like where, yeah, well, of course, the things are going to change like that because, like, how are you going to say? Well, how are you going to stand on the other side? Like you're going to look like an idiot. Now, oh, some of them do it because, oh, whatever reason, most likely money. But yeah, it seems like on a whole bunch of issues with cannabis. Like people are more aware of what's right. You can't just, yeah, like this. What regular customers don't like is they have to pay this amount of tax on it instead of like, well, what 10% sounds fair. You know why? Oh, cannabis, you got to pay, uh, you know, whatever percent. Each place is a little different, but it's not the regular sales tax. Why couldn't it just be the regular sales tax?
Well, maybe it's better they don't.
I mean, isn't
I don't know.
alcohol have its tax? Well, you don't realize, yeah, that
But
stamp and
but
alcohol.
Did Thailand go the other way? Like I heard you say something like that.
Well, it seems
They
that
go back. See, maybe tax then would have been a good thing over there. Be kept correct.
that they're an example that you can't just like flip the switch. I mean, that you see what happened. I mean, even the market itself got oversaturated real quick, and there was like not enough economy to support the whole thing. I mean, they were counting on like,
Yeah.
yeah, this was an idea to get tourism going again after COVID. Yeah, I really think if you do the data, the amount of money that tourists spend on cannabis is relatively low. Like most people are spending it on scuba diving trip or this adventure or that. Um, and people that are like
Mm-hmm.
really need their cannabis, oh, they have their cannabis. Maybe if you gave them the opportunity, would buy it, but I don't think that that was like enough to have this gigantic thing in Bangkok with like 5,000 stores and shit and weed in every place you turn around.
Hmm.
That
That's
happened.
amazing. Yeah, it's amazing to see
Yeah,
these things
that's
happen in
like
life.
that's like a
Yeah.
sign of like what happened. Like, oh, if you just let it regulate itself or whatever, look what it did, right?
Yeah, things just come and go, and they didn't have like Amsterdam. It's amazing. Amsterdam should have been really boom. They had like basically a monopoly. One of the major places was Jamaica too, but back in the day, Amsterdam, but they sold seeds and our friend he came back with a volcano. I mean, you couldn't buy even things like that too easily here. And so yeah, that's a little bit more money. But yeah, you're right. Otherwise, you don't spend that much money on usually you just buy it and then
Well, I
go do
mean,
something
okay,
spend
people
that you're
spend
spending money
some
on.
money, but like this is where it gets into like, well, wait, you're talking about people, tourism, maybe with their family. Yeah, I don't think that in itself, and that the market and the price isn't in reality with the value of money in Thailand in their economy.
Yeah. I don't know though, but Thailand is that a family vacation place?
Well, I mean, the people from other parts of the world,
Because it's where Vegas, they
maybe
switched
not like
to become
the
a more
Bangkok
family
experience,
oriented.
but there's a lot more to Thailand than that.
Yeah. But I mean, Vegas used to be all adult, and then they, at some point, maybe in the 90s, it was they switched to try to hit, attract families,
Yeah.
and they still, so now they keep the
Well,
cannabis culture
Vegas
separate.
goes through like these certain cycles where they yep, there was the family thing and they went so many years. There's probably some history where they'll tell you, oh, that ended whatever year, and then they went to more adult themed, or
They're like
now a
circus,
lot of it
circus, circus.
is like a shopping experience and food experience where everywhere had food there, but it wasn't fine dining and all
Yeah,
this. Uh, and shopping, there's these areas that just have every single whatever you call those designer brands or whatever, which even Rodeo Drive, yeah, I saw a thing like a lot of
yeah,
the stores are like pulling out, or it's finally that place ran for a lot of years where you weren't a designer brand unless you had a spot on Rodeo Drive.
Rodeo Drive.
yeah. Yeah, I saw some live poker there from Vegas, and a woman and a couple of women were playing, and was it? Oh, what kind of? Where'd you get? Oh, I like your dress. And they were talking about the dress. Oh, where'd you get? And they mentioned, but oh, yeah, I figured it was. I guess it was one of the hotels or something. I don't know if they have. Like sometimes I remember in New York, the Hilton had like underground. They had like a little shop in there with some high-end stores. So like actually like not like in the hotel, but you basically take the elevator down another level, and yeah, there's a little shopping mall kind of thing. Uh, so maybe they have that. I don't know. They have that name, but that's what it sounded like from these ladies' conversation. Like she bought the dress. Oh, at this like at some place. It sounded like one of the big hotels there. That yeah, sounds like they do a lot of shopping there too. And the gambling was crazy. Yeah, the poker was crazy watching them. Yeah, it was some Asian woman. Yeah, Asians are big gamblers. Sharp.
Well, it's just that in their culture, gambling is not like in our culture, it's kind of like a vice, a sin. It's frowned upon, and kind of in, in some ways. Less now, but like yeah, it's definitely a vice. And now it's more open there.
Yeah, that's
Like,
strange. It seems I guess everybody has to have something that they just kind of doesn't make sense with everything else they do. Because otherwise they're just really they love money, they love working
well,
hard, and
even
yeah,
like
that
I
seems like
started playing like
wasting,
limit hold'em
not an
long time
investment.
ago. Like I was just maybe like 20 some years old. And through those years, that's how and I still have friends that they don't know how to differentiate between like the different Asian people, Thai people, Korean people, Chinese people, Japanese people, Filipino people. Well, if you play poker from a lot of hours at medium stakes hold'em, yeah, you're gonna be at tables where yeah, you need to understand that the Korean guy and the Thai guy, they hate each other because of that. And like you just want to stay out of their way. Do you follow what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, oh,
yeah,
they have some battle going on that goes way deeper than the table. You know what I'm saying? And same with some of the other, like, oh, so you end up like needing to like not just go, oh, they're all Asian, or like what some people do is call them all Chinese, which is like, oh, well, that's way disrespectful because like it doesn't take but a little bit of like I don't know, paying attention. Oh no, there's like oh sometimes it's hard, but no, for the most part, it's really easy to tell a Korean person from from Chinese person from any all of them. They're all very different.
yeah. You see, white people aren't so racist. We can't tell Asians apart at all.
Yeah, well, I don't have that problem, but I also know, oh, where did I learn that? When I used to play poker, it was like that's when I like paid attention enough to figure out the subtle differences that to me aren't that subtle once you're like
Yeah. No,
uh
actually, I can tell. Where I can guess. I mean, I wouldn't ask like, hey, you from? But yeah, Koreans,
yeah, but you know, you
they
might
do
know
it different.
people. I
Yeah,
know people. They're friends of mine. They're
and
fine, like,
Japanese.
whatever. Yeah, they've not they've like yeah, haven't yeah,
I would guess
which
anyway.
it's not
I don't know if I'd
because
be
they have
right,
some no, they just whatever they do, they haven't found the need to care about that.
but I think I've met them. And Chinese, so Chinese would be mostly, and that's like the Han Chinese is the majority in China that speak Mandarin. And I guess that was from the Han Dynasty, something to do. That must have been when they really got going or something. I don't know. But the Han Dynasty and the Han, that's the race too, and they're like the majority. But then and then the South, and then they speak Cantonese down there in Hong Kong. Yeah, so even in China, it's like they have some different, it's not. But yeah, the Han Chinese are just so when people say Chinese, yeah, it's probably mostly Han Chinese. And when you say speaking Chinese, yeah, that would be Mandarin. But even though Cantonese is also, I don't know how big, but yeah, pretty big. Over there. Actually, what's crazy is I just heard this straight. Did Iran just attack Pakistan or something too? I was wondering, like, what because then they got a connection with Afghanistan, I believe, or with the Taliban over there too. But like, holy crap, are they trying to take over that area too? Because actually, we're there was some treaty we have, or we may even still have it with Pakistan. We have actually the United States has some kind of like they're actually, we're kind of on working terms with them to some degree. I don't really know. Or with the look that up. But yeah, I just heard that tonight. That was like another thing. But yeah, Asia's but it had to do, yeah, like China's on the move. They're really talking about China a lot lately. They're pretty ambitious over there. Oh, and because North Korea too. So yeah, China does something with Taiwan because North Korea right now is like, yeah, they're like saying, oh, South Korea. They made something about like South Korea is our aim basically. And I was like, oh man, that's good. And we're not letting them get our AI chips. That's cool. Just looked into that actually. So at least a couple of the main cards that we're not letting them ship over to China from NVIDIA, just A100, H100. I'll pull them up. I don't know if you ever heard of these cards. So these cards list for $40,000, about in that range, at least the H100, which is the higher end one. And they kind of look just like, oh, nice graphics cards. Yeah, they're like $40,000 each. And they use about like 1,000 of them maybe. So if some company's going to get serious about AI, they'll order like 1,000. Like, and some when they heard they were getting hard to get and in short supply because they can't even make them fast enough. It's like three when it was like a three. Now it's like at least maybe 6 months supply delay. I heard. So then they started just ordering more and more. So it even made it hard. Like, oh wow, there were people putting in orders. They weren't even, they weren't even sure they needed them. Maybe. And Saudi Arabia also bought a bunch. So picture of it. But, and buy them on eBay, which I thought was weird. And so yeah, you can get some bargains on eBay. So yeah, the China can definitely still get them. It's 'cause you can get them on eBay. So anyway, there's probably a lot of so there's probably a nice gray market for some of these high-end processors. You can get them on Amazon too, and like just so, and then usually you need a rack or something to put them in too with a CPU to run with it. So those will be like a few $100,000 maybe, like this thing here, NVIDIA HGX server thing, $300,000. So that'll have like some like power supply and some of the hardware, drives and CPU and buses to plug everything in. Yeah, used ones on eBay. That's great too. Let me just look up here. Yeah, so these are the AI processors that everyone wants. These H100s. $31,000 or best offers, condition used. So they have different versions of them. So like this Tesla version, so that's like some other, it's got 80 gigabytes of memory and so there's like different versions of them. But that's what these things look like. That's the goal. That's the dank these days and for China. That's what China wants. I thought that was interesting. What are these things? Wow, they look just like regular cards. Yeah, it's pretty big. I get, CS is going on now. Everyone's talking about AI there. AI there, but a lot of it sounds like vaporware. There are not a lot of things that are actually there for ready to buy. But um, that's the next era. It kind of was like the computing era. Software then became big, and then the home, the personal computer, and then web and the internet. And it became commercial. I remember at the beginning, it was like, oh wow, is this even gonna, this is like just for scientific stuff. What is it? People talking about selling stuff on it. Like, how are you gonna sell stuff? People aren't gonna put their credit card information on a computer, send it over to somebody else. Anyway, AI might it's probably a big thing. It's probably a bunch of big things coming now. It's crazy how it's all accelerating with humanoids and electric vehicles and just and drone technology and now it's just like common. It's like, well, everybody it used to be like high tech. Now it's like, oh yeah, all the countries have like drone weapons and so maybe a biology revolution would be cool. That's probably that could come about through everything else, like home. It is coming around. Home PCR machines. I think I got that right. For doing like genetic stuff, for that basically multiplies DNA. It's the multiplier, and then do things with it. And yeah, we'll learn more about genes and yes, with cannabis, I guess that company, what was that crappy company's name? Phylos, yeah, Phylos. So they might have they would try to sell to Monsanto maybe some of their genetic information, but they didn't have enough of it or in the right form because yeah, there's still a lot of DNA information that's there that we don't really even know what it does or even how to classify it. We sometimes just call it non-coding regions, but it's important for also even just to an exact representation. So, like, they may not know. Sometimes things are repeated, so they may not know how many times something's repeated. Sometimes there's weird things that can go on. There could be like loops and things, or weird. There's weird stuff that goes on. RNA gets made and then it gets taken away. It gets translated from the DNA, but then it gets taken out, and it's kind of like they don't really know all that goes on with that. So it's like, and but that anyway, but that's in there. The code for this other for other RNA is there, and other information is in the DNA, and how many times things are repeated can all be relevant, and we're not sure how relevant. And so I think it probably might have been part of the reason why Monsanto turned down the genetic information because it wasn't a complete enough representation.
Well, I just think it's fishy. Monsanto doesn't even exist anymore. Bayer bought it, or the assets that made it.
Yeah,
And yeah, it went from like being this thing. Oh, even though when you say Monsanto's one of the major, but you're talking about a whole group of products and companies that are involved with stuff equally as fucked up. Um, but but yeah, like what by next generation, people just for Monsanto won't even exist. So like to say its name won't have any meaning. You know what I mean? Like now, oh, we still can say Monsanto, know what we're talking about, right? But what, 20 years from now, Monsanto, oh, does it transfer to Bayer? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not. I kind of remember them from Disneyland, I think.
The
It was
fact
the first time I heard Monsanto.
Bayer
It's
bought
something,
that's basically bought the that chemical Roundup, right? Um, yeah, what does that say about them? You know, they could choose to buy what they want, not want. You could have just let that whole thing die, but instead they bought it, and I think the sales worldwide hasn't dropped any of. I don't know the name of it, but that stuff is bad for the environment, bad for animals, bad for everything. Roundup. But Roundup's like the consumer product name. The glass, I don't know, for whatever reason, I can't think of the name of the chemical. That's sold in bulk as a whole bunch of different things used by industrial farming and industrial land management and all that shit.
yeah. I
And
guess that shows though they're interested in cannabis though.
less of that control has happened in the United States. You know, there was a time when Monsanto was pretty strong on the American farmers and all that. Because part of it is if your neighbor or a couple of your neighbors are on the Monsanto program, you become like you you have to, because oh, everything that is repelled from them is going to first go to you, and the what do you call it, the runoff or the residual gets on your shit anyway. Oh, and then to use that product right, you have to buy their genetics that have been engineered to be able to grow whatever, squash, whatever crops, even being sprayed Roundup. Like, oh, Roundup doesn't affect that, the one, and then so you're stuck in their like program, and oh, they've exported that to less developed countries, will say. Like when you look at, oh, the amount of Roundup or that chemical drastically has dropped in the U.S. sales, but they still are selling as much or more because they, even though it's obvious what the results of that shit was here in the United States. Oh no, we're just going to export that to like South American countries, African countries, and exploit the the people there that aren't as aware. But then once you get on that program, oh, you're stuck.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's been other chemicals like what is it, DDT, and certain chemicals we used in ag with before we knew they were like fucking toxic death, and they banned them. Like, yeah, that shit Roundup should probably be on that list.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the, forever chemicals.
Yeah, I mean,
The
yeah, my old house, on my 18-mile ride out there, there was two different old timers. I knew, I didn't know them. I could see the guy's land, and I I'd see his guy in a suit every once in a while over the years, spray everything on the side of the road, maybe 10 yards in on his property line. And within days, you'd see that shit. Yeah, it fucking did its job. And then a couple of times, the first good rains, it takes good rains for the one guy's property. Oh, the water from the road runs off onto his property, where then there's a um yeah. So like where he sprayed, water is then going into the whatever water system that, yeah, we have little creeks and shit that develop in the when the rains come and shit. Yeah, so his Roundup area was like in this air. Yeah, you could just see that the water puddled there and then went down into the thing and then in the drain tunnel, right? Directly run off right through his Roundup patch. Yeah, he does it
Hmm.
every year. I lived there 10 years. I'd see the Roundup. Oh, he don't have no fucking weeds, and you don't have to weed whack, and you don't have to your shit stripped bare. But yeah, at what cost to the environment?
So it says here that pure glyphosate is low in toxicity, but products usually contain other ingredients that help the glyphosate get into the plants. The other ingredients in the product can make the product more toxic. Products containing glyphosate can cause eye or skin irritation.
Yeah. Well, I seen a veterinary study say that the amount of tumors in dogs and cats, uh, like removing tumors, which growths on dogs, since the round like coincides with the less use of Roundup. Like what I don't know what years, decades. Roundup was there was no blowback. People were
Yeah.
in that shit like everywhere. Everybody was. Oh, easy. Oh, it's only costs whatever, right? Now there's people are much more aware and uh, there's less use
Hmm.
of it. Period. Right? Especially anybody that has an animal, because like, oh, you spray your area, your dog runs through there and stuff. Oh, that's getting that shit in your dog, which then created
Yeah, it
cancer
said
growths
yeah,
and like
it said
I know
carcinogenic.
propaganda. This is an example of like, yeah, the propaganda on this product where it's similar to the opiate thing, where like, yeah, a company that knows the truth is just saying all this bullshit because they can.
First synthesized in 1950 by a Swiss chemist, Henry Martin.
Yeah.
1950, glyphosate. Independently discovered in the United States at Monsanto in 1970.
Independently discovered. That's a
Yeah.
important little
Huh.
phrase. But yeah, so at least we can say it's not that many years, you
Oh, he
know.
tried. He was working on a chemical chelator. It
Well,
looked like
I
the Swiss
think
guy.
like when that came around, it was right when we were banning DDT. There's some other ones that like, yeah, they even for home gardening marketed things that today we couldn't even believe that we would use. A lot of it were like byproducts or products that came out of like weapons and war and like I think that DDT. I mean, we've even what's that crazy shit, Agent Orange, and like part of our, well, not just ours, the world's tactics against humans' tactics against each other's. Yeah, let's spray them with something. Which is that's pretty dirt. Like, yeah, and even though I guess it's against the Geneva Convention and shit, there's cases recently where like whoever I think it was Putin. Somebody's accused of spraying shit on people. But I mean, I don't think that Bayer buying Monsanto relieves them of the, yeah, it's billions. There was a lawsuit, a class action, and Monsanto and Roundup are ordered to pay victims like some huge amount. Most likely the lawyers get most of it, and the
Hmm.
list of victims probably get something, but it amounts to this amount of money that I don't think, if Bayer buys Monsanto and their assets, that relieves them of that debt. Maybe it does. If that's how it is, then that's fuck that. Then that means the system is really crooked, which is, I mean, it is already crooked, but like that lawsuit had gone on for decades, and even I think some of the initial people on it died before the outcome, and died from, like, according to them, uh ailments that were created by Roundup.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
mentioned cancer. It looked pretty bad.
yeah, I mean that shit fucked people up, let
Really
alone
active.
everything else.
Yeah.
And every year when you go to Home Depot, there's a portion of the aisle in the corner promoting that
Well, I know
bleach.
when I use Roundup, it smells really bad. It smells like a serious, real chemical,
Yeah, I mean,
and yeah, I
like
I avoid it.
I've even realized like weed whacking is almost like, okay, that buys you some time. Ultimately, like an old fashioned way, and oh, it might take time, and and depending on how much area you have, but oh yeah, you just got to get in there and pull the fucking roots and pull
Yeah,
things
for loving and
for
wife
all,
does it. She
and
uses hot
hopefully,
boiling water too.
yeah,
I guess that
hopefully
works for those.
seeds and spreads to next. Like even last week, over on the other side of the fence of where the compost is, but oh, it grew through the fence, and horses and animals could get it, was, fuck, it's like, I call it gypsum balls, but there's another name for this fucking plant that has these seeds that are poisonous. They're like ricin, or oh fuck, I don't even know. But and it was like mixed in a cactus patch next to the compost area.
Was it
And
morning? Was it Morning Glory that had ricin or?
it's this spiky ball. It's like got strychnine and rice. It's some people make tea, and you like, as a teenager, we did that, and my vision was blurry for like a week. I was like 15 or 14, and I was talking to people that weren't there, like after
Ricin's a bacteria. It's a bacteria, I think, isn't it?
tea, and then um uh for days afterwards, like even in a book or newspaper,
Oh,
it was,
castor beans, it says.
yeah,
Is that
cast.
it?
That's the things, right? Even it's weirder. It grows on my old property too. And my friend, who used to be my trimmer, but she's just my friend now, Lindsay, for years,
Oh, it's a
when she
protein.
came to that house, would collect these castor beans and sell them on Etsy. Okay. And she sells a lot of seeds of plants and rare plants on Etsy. It's like her little side hustle. And oh, there used to be pretty good sales from weird places. for these castor bean seeds for like X amount for X amount. Not cheap. Um, then she saw some report that says if you do whatever with 7 castor beans, you can commit suicide or it's fatal. Okay.
Oh yeah,
And somebody, she sold them by like a larger amount. Somebody that was in correspondence was trying to buy 7 beans, only 7, right? And it freaked her out, okay? Because she thought, oh my God, this is somebody that is trying to just commit suicide. I don't want any part of this. So then Jody's my other uh, worker, uh, a housekeeper, helper, whatever. So Lindsay's like, oh, Jody, I'll help you do it. Set up an Etsy account and then you can sell these things, right?
oh yeah, they're there with their spiky outside
This
thing.
fucking vase. I must have 10. I don't know. It's like a jelly bean guessing thing, but I have this huge vase that's full of these castor beans that Jody's
Yeah.
collected. She's never sold any, but she collects them. Okay. But
It's
probably a
called ricin. Yeah, it's got ricin in its name. Actually, it's scientific name.
some gnarly shit, man. Well, yeah, you definitely don't want horses nibble. Horses love to nibble on anything that's out there, like grass, weeds,
Yeah.
bushes.
It looks.
This
It's got. It
they're
looks a
trying.
little like cannabis seeds. The seeds have like marbling too, like cannabis seeds.
No, they're
Not
bigger.
stripes, but
Bigger. Yeah,
bigger though. Yeah,
but yeah.
they're
So
right
then,
there.
so then, yeah. It's next to my fireplace. I'm not. I there's a bunch of things in my move. I'm like, yeah, leave the castor beans behind. I don't need those anymore. Uh, um, Now you could set up something and actually like people buy them. Okay. I don't know
Yeah, but
what
it looks like you kill all animals, or it
they might.
affects.
They might have something good they
Um,
do or something. Or you'd think, well, why would
uh,
somebody buy a plant that's invasive? It's like it gets growing, and next thing you know, it's popping up everywhere. It's
no
like
antidote exists for ricin.
it's in this
Wow.
weird way, like when you cut it down, the thick pieces, it's like it's almost like bamboo, even the
So
way
this says I don't really understand that. It says one castor bean has 1 to 5. Let me click on it. Ricin is contained in the bean pulp ratio in a single castor bean is about 1 to 5%. So it's about 1 to 5% ricin, maybe in the pulp
no,
only, but
there's cases because in a long time ago, you could poison somebody and the toxicology might not pick up that this is how it was or whatever, right? And so, oh, there's like these old murder cases where, oh, some housewife lady fucking poisoned her husband with these things and almost got away with it. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's good to know what they look like. Yeah, watch out for these, everybody.
Well, they're also nicknamed gypsum balls, those spiky things. Like some of the things we tried as kids that supposedly got you high was basically poison. And you, the high that you were was like the verge of being sick and poisoning yourself. But if you only took a little bit, maybe you could describe it as a high,
Oh, yeah,
right?
well, castor oil comes from these.
Yeah.
That's the oil they used to give to you always saw in the movies, like Little Rascals or something. And the kids would hate it. Like, oh, you're getting sick. Here, let me get the castor oil. And the kids, no.
Okay. So
No
somehow
wonder they hated it.
oil doesn't have the ricin or the fucking poison. It's just it's or does it? It's just in like I can't imagine you make oil with something and it isn't what it is. I mean, they just squeeze the shit out of it and collect the oil.
Hmm.
At least, I mean, the old-fashioned way of making oil with seed products is squeeze it and collect the oil. Kind of the same thing
Crazy.
we do with buds. Squeeze it and collect the oil.
Hmm.
Not like a novel concept. Like that has been part of human.
If you pull it, it will come.
Squeeze it and collect what comes out.
But that was
Have
in
a
the
good
news,
night,
I think, with
guys.
those letter things. All right, good night, D. So someone's a host? Fumi, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
gonna make you the host.
But yeah, I think that was in those letter scares that were going on. Rice and scares, they're talking about rice. I think that's where where people have heard about it, at least recently. In the old days, you always heard about other kinds of things that they would get for like hemlock or something, which is also really common.
What's the thing that I guess that terrorists send in the mail? Anthrax or
Yeah,
like
that's a
crazy
bacteria
toxic
or
shit. And they fuck who
organism,
knows
made
what
of
other shit
pretty
they've
sure
invented,
bacteria.
top secret, crazy shit. And I mean, Putin's used all kinds of weird shit on his enemies, like fucking the one guy turned like green or some shit.
Oh yeah, and it's a bacillus also, which just means it's a rod-shaped bacteria.
Yeah, like save me the
It's not
bacteria.
not it's not like lactose bacillus, but yeah,
Yeah.
anthrax is a bacillus bacteria.
Well, there was like a period when, like, well, I think it was after 9/11. I don't know. The fucking government was like, some terrorist person was sending influential people envelopes with like a little amount of that shit in it, which was enough to kill the whole office.
Yeah. Oh, and I think it was like military grade too, or something, or that was what they're because I think it has to be, it has to
How they
really be lethal. They worked
ration
on it.
that. Remember, there was a few years where that was like this threat, and then I don't know. It's been a lot of years, you never hear any threats like that anymore.
No,
But I think they have better. I don't know, better system. No, no. But every once in a while, there's some crazy story where some disgruntled person sends somebody some fucking weird shit, and they bust them.
yep, yeah, they probably screen all the mail now more than they used to, even like in government places for sure.
Well, yeah, that's hard to do because like part of the whole thing, even what I realized with the mail. Okay, yesterday was a legal holiday. For sure, it's a holiday. The post office is actually closed, right? Except that they delivered packages here, right? And I realized that the post office is at such a grind with the everyday amount of packages and letter, all of it combined, mainly packages, priority mail, and uh, even all of it. It has to go quick. Like whether you send a priority mail or first class, it probably gets there the same fucking time, right? Um,
Yeah. Oh, here's what I was talking about.
Pretty quick. Yeah, if they shut that whole thing down for a whole day, 24 hours, the holiday, and stop delivering packages and stop moving packages, and oh, you only moved them but you didn't deliver them. Oh, then you would have this huge fucking backlog that then would take you days to get back on track, right? So yeah, I don't know. They probably pay him triple fucking time, man. The fucking guy came out in the van with the fucking boxes and had signed for him, and I was like, fuck, I thought it was holiday today. He's like, oh no, we keep him going. And I realized, yeah, they didn't used to. Hey, even sometimes they'll come and deliver like a package, like a you party mail on Sunday. Like when I grew up, oh no, no mail came on Sunday. No
Yeah.
way. They were closed, right? When they were closed, they were closed. Like to the way modern package and even our own post office. Oh no, that fucking shit's 24 hours and it's like this constant thing, millions of fucking packages every fucking day. Uh yeah, if you had like a 24-hour day off at legal holiday, oh no, that would be like a huge thing to overcome.
Yeah.
I think.
So I don't know how big a deal it is, but yeah, Iran did shoot some missiles into Pakistan, killed a couple of children and stuff.
Nah, I mean, there. I don't follow
I
much. I
don't know if
follow enough
that's
to know. Oh shit, this whole thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of different shit. All kind of have. Yeah, all
yeah, I think
kind
it
of
relates. It
relating.
really they there was a like that funeral. There was an explosion at a funeral in Iran. Like originally, everyone, well, I mean, Israel was the first thought probably because what's going on with that, or maybe even us because it was like funeral for some military guy.
Even
But
though
it turned out to be some terrorists or something. So I think this had to do with that
my
that bunch of that separatists or whatever they call them.
John married into this most beautiful Iranian family, his wife and their whole family, great Iranian people. No, it seems like a lot of fingers are pointing to, yeah, part of the problem seems to be coming out of this fucking Iran, whether it's the money they give to some other groups or this group or whatever their fucking whole agenda is. It seems like they're a fucking thorn in our side, and I don't know. It seems like the buck stops there. You know what I mean? Even we don't hear about it a lot, but the same group from Yemen or whatever shoots missiles into the UAE, Dubai, and
Yeah,
Abu Dhabi, hits buildings sometimes. Sometimes it's just the debris because the UAE has the same or maybe even better Iron Dome that Israel has. And most of these missiles get caught in the Iron Dome. But yeah, for years, these fools would shoot shit over there
yeah, it was
because
for years. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was years back when they started doing that.
I don't know all the names and shit, but they're based out of the Yemen. I don't know. There's whatever groups, but the media says, or the experts on the media say, oh no, but these are all funded by Iranian money, right? So even that's some of the political thing of like, I guess it's Biden or I don't know, maybe it wasn't Trump. We gave back like we had frozen a ton of their money at some point, Iranian, and oh, it had earned all this interest over all this time, and then we gave it back to them. Remember, it was not that long ago.
Well, yeah, Obama, yeah, there's
Yeah, I guess
pallets
Obama.
of cash thing, but then
And
yeah, recently they may not have gotten that, but
that part of the promise when we gave them the money was none of that was going to go to it had to go to
yeah,
humanitarian or whatever. Oh no, there's evidence to show that a good some of that money, a good amount of it, went right into this terrorist shit, or opened
Yeah.
up other money to be able to give other money. But either way,
Yeah,
giving
it's
them the
all
yeah,
one
that's
one one group that controls it all, the
that
government.
seems to be springing up everywhere you turn around.
Yeah. They may not have gotten that like I think it was $5 billion with like there was a hostage deal that what was going on like right before this all blew up.
Like some
They may
missile
not have
hit
gotten.
one of our boats, and one Navy SEAL got
Yeah,
knocked
what's
off the
up with
boat,
that?
and the other one jumped in. A Navy SEAL is a big investment. If you're called a Navy SEAL, that meant that you went through like some real fucking training. You're
Yeah.
like than just the average sailor as far as like how much went into you, right? So two SEALs, oh, that's oh yeah. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. And isn't that civilian shipping?
I don't know. It's like
Like,
I don't
but I
know
remember when they were fighting Iraq. Do you
but
remember that?
are
When it was
shooting
there,
at our Navy ships and knocking fucking guys
I
in the
know.
oh
It's
wow.
like we're trying to not have World War III, I think, because like they're also friends with Russia and China.
We're there to show some kind of presence, but we're not like there to do any ass kicking because we can't get drawn in. Well, when you have an assets like that, you kind of got to be in ass kick mode. Like otherwise, what the fuck are they? Oh, we're just there for our presence. Well, that becomes your target
Yeah,
instead of if that ship is at full alert or whatever status. Oh, most likely none of that shit could have happened. They would have
yeah. I think we
fucking
moved one battle group, one aircraft carrier group out away though.
yeah. I mean,
Probably to try to make. I mean, they gave an excuse. Oh, it was scheduled or something, but
yeah.
it
I
might be
mean,
to just we're trying to not kick off the World War.
we
And,
always have capabilities there. That's the Persian Gulf area. Like, oh, that's the shipping oil of fucking. We're like the semi peacekeeper or whatever to keep that channel open. That's part of this whole thing. Is that the terrorist guys that they want to stop the the flow because
yeah,
that could
but
not.
remember the whole Iran war that was
Yeah.
just going on like endlessly. That seemed like just like
Well,
nothing was really happening. They were just shooting stuff at each other, back and
something
forth.
like we were actually involved or there in the midst of it, our military and our president and everything. But even if not, there's been like war, like the Middle East, I guess you call it, or that whole region, right? Oh yeah, I don't know about solving any of this shit. And I'm only 60 years old. Some of these beefs are like thousands of years old between these people. I don't even think they remember what they hate each other for. It just goes back. It's like old grudges from like it fucking 1,000 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some of them,
Saudi
like
Saudi actually made a statement that was pretty friendly sounding. Recently,
yeah,
Saudi sound like they're trying to like they could.
okay, but bottom line, you can't trust them. Wait, that dude, the son of the
Well,
dude that was already caught,
yeah,
that other guy, he's the young guy, I forget his name. He's in charge of Saudi Arabia right now. And they consolidated like a huge amount of the wealth went into like one part of the Saudi family and dissed a bunch of the others and it
I don't even know, but yes,
oh
uh,
the reality is I don't think they're. I think the Saudis are our enemy, but we try to like be allies with them. But like in their heart of hearts, they're we're just the money. They don't give a fuck about us. They hate us. That's just my feel on it. Like I know, I think they're bullshit. Like they act like they're our ally. We treat them like an ally. We support them and all this shit. But no, I don't. No, no.
No, they're such a religious country.
A grudge
But the
almost.
government, they are a ruling family, like most, it's either a ruling family or some kind of authoritarian regime, it seems.
Well, I mean,
But
basically, not just the United States, but most of the world gave a huge portion of their wealth or their money to the the oil. I mean, like that's why they're so fucking rich in that whole area. Like that's why they can build these cities. Even in Saudi Arabia, they're fucking building crazier things than in Dubai or
yeah,
Abu Dhabi. Like they look like they are building the future, the modern Jetsons or whatever.
yeah. Like I said, yeah, they bought it was like it might have been like 1,200 of these advanced AI chips.
Just
Maybe not
enormous,
for AI.
endless pocket of money that came from the oil and the worth of the oil, right? Wow. Like, yeah, we like how much of our yeah, we've spent so much money on oil. It's crazy. So much that these people can live in the desert and create a fucking oasis. Like have like amusement parks the size of Disneyland, air conditioned indoors in the shape of Ferrari emblem with Ferrari uh, manufactured roller coasters. Like, yeah, that seems pretty crazy, doesn't it? The size of Anaheim Disneyland, the same as Disneyland, which actually isn't that big compared to Disney World and other ones. But yeah, they have an indoor one completely air conditioned, that size. You can see it from space. That's pretty crazy. That's just one thing. That's old. They made that a long time ago. Every
Yeah,
time
like crazy place. You got like super rich like that, like in places, yeah, to go to. They only
stuff. I mean, but like, well, what created it? Yeah, our thirst for oil, cheap oil, uh, Cadillacs, and all the years I grew up, we used to drive cars that like got like 6, 7 miles a gallon and shit.
yeah. Well, maybe that's better. Like Iran's not doing that. They're
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
because they got trained mostly in the West. I mean, I know like in the UK and America, there are a lot of Iranians, and they work in our defense industry.
imagine
So
the educated youth of Iran who, yeah, I don't know how, like, they don't really support this crazy, like, they have this weird political system where the religious, whatever, it's like the, 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 whatever they call, like, what was the, Khomeini, they've had some
they're
real, like, and even the current
basically
Iranian
the
government.
legal government too. There's a whole diaspora from when that all happened to the Iranian Revolution. Oh, a diaspora, millions of Iranians
Well, I mean,
outside of Iran now that aren't going to go back.
in my lifetime, we've had history on both sides. I remember when we were like chummy with the Iranians, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and and even a lot of families, not a lot, but a few moved into our neighborhood in Woodland Hills and were in this school. They were Iranian people that had got
I've always heard is the sizable Iranian community near LA.
or they yeah, they moved their family here and stuff. Um, yeah, I don't think we even we don't accept anybody from there now or whatever. We have like they're on some list of terrorist states or whatever.
Yeah, but I know they they would work in our defense sector, whereas like Chinese people, not as much. Whereas like in universities, yeah, people from China or from Iran, yeah, or all over really. A lot from China in the 90s, I know, technology
Even why a lot of
field.
our
But
nurses,
not in the defense industry, but Iranians and Indians is an ally too, pretty much. But yeah, in our defense, you would think like foreigners don't work in our defense industry, but they do, and maybe not on the most classified parts of it, but yeah, and just general like, oh, how to build a plane. Yeah.
well, it's not that way now as much, but there's been these phases where we've needed nurses, right? Our country is shortage of nurses. And the Philippines and people in the Philippines went to nursing school to be ready because, oh, you could get visa, you get like, oh, yeah, you come here to work as a nurse. And that's why in a lot of hospitals and yeah, there's a good percentage of medical uh, nurses and all that jobs that are Filipino. Considering the Filipinos a really small population of small people, um, yeah, a good percentage. Not, I mean, uh, uh, they filled a lot of jobs uh, as nurses because, like, yeah, we go through these periods where we don't have enough nurses, and that was one of the ways
Yeah.
you could get pay pay. You
Our
know,
end would, yeah, that was in big demand for a while. They were like trying to get them from other states there for
well, there were
it
times
was
when
like over a decade ago now, but
like trying to get people from other
I
countries
think it was maybe with Obamacare, some
to
I don't know.
come to our country, right? Like, and then we reversed that and then made it like hard for people to come. But there were times in the 30s, 40s, I don't know the exact time frames, the different periods of our, yeah, we were like, it was, we were still trying to get people from all different countries to move
Yeah.
here. Like we gave
I
incentives.
tell you, oh, now this migrant thing, I don't know. It's like you just ignore it. But now it's like, wow, it seems you just hearing these statistics is like great, crazy. Recently, I just started. So the mayor of Denver is allocating 15% of the city budget to to the migrants or homeless, something like that. Yeah,
All right.
and we got something like 30,000 over the past year. It was like 30,000 migrants that came to Denver,
Okay. But okay,
mainly from Venezuela.
in the same county as the border, but on the top end. Okay. And even we have a secondary border check up here in on both freeways. We've already have an established immigrant population and work group that's always been here. So all these influx, it's not like it's here. It's not like, oh wow,
Uh-huh.
there's this
You don't
here
notice? Yeah.
before, because no, but I could see where they're in Denver and they're, oh, some of this is, oh, they take them on buses and put them in all these places, right? Like
Yeah.
like
Texas is doing a lot of that.
yeah, like oh yeah, one state says, oh, we'll just ship them out in New York on the sly, basically. Like that's
Yeah.
some shit that's going on. But one,
Without passports, sometimes without ID. Like sometimes I've heard their ID will be like they get a court date to appear, and then they're allowed into the country.
most people,
And that
but
that 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 court appearance paper is their ID,
even though
basically.
there's some Mexican people, and some of those are people that come back and forth through that system, right? most of this whole thing is Central and South America. That's the people that
Yeah.
are
Yeah, like
at,
Venezuelans, yeah.
and a lot of that is holy shit. You got some fucked up, like you think we got fucking problems here. There's country after country that's in collapse or like the craziest political thing or gangs are
Yeah.
controlling the whole fucking
You
place.
always hear about that or heard about that. And I guess looking back at it, yeah, that's what happened during World War II. But you always hear like, oh, we got to if we don't stop them now, it's just gonna keep going, or oh, if we let him do, then they're gonna do it too, and like yeah, now you're
But,
like
but
China now with Taiwan maybe because of Ukraine, and then like I said, North Korea is now speaking up.
in my life, what do we used to call it? Aid, right? We had these aid packages where I think it started with Reagan or maybe even the guy that just died, Carter. We would make these deals where we gave money to all these countries, El Salvador,
Uh-huh.
this country, that country, aid, aid, aid. Oh, I think we give a lot less aid than we used to. I'm sure there's still some. And yeah, we've just let that whole region. There's like fuck, I bunch of countries are in like full blown collapse basically down there. Um, and those people are fleeing. Oh, that's a big problem. I, I know what's the guy that people. Oh, Al Gore. People can think he's fucking
Yeah.
crazy and a dummy, but I recently, it's a couple years ago, heard him give this environmental thing. It was very intelligently laid out. And he says, if you think there's a problem at the border now, if the models that the science are showing of like the next so many years of the climate change, of course, from the equator down up, is those places are going to be the first places that are going to like go dry, go uh, uh, unable to live and support and crop, do all the things. And those people are going to, oh, there's no water to drink. Humans are going to flee to where there's water, and that's going to be north, right? And even that, he didn't want to build a wall or whatever. Maybe it was a wall, but this was long. Gore was basically saying if we don't have some way to stop that, right, that in the future, and oh, there's certain areas that you can already see the data that oh, that's what's happening, right? Water dries up and then
Yeah.
flee. That's what people do. Period. Like there's no stopping that, right? No, like even if you had a wall, if people were like starving to death or thirsty to death, millions of them, oh, they would. It would be like an ant trail. Yeah.
Yeah, Europe's experienced things like that, more or less.
Humans
Over history, definitely.
do all these things at different periods.
Yeah.
Maybe not at this scale. That's another whole part of it. But and there's a lot. I I don't know. Like, look, I live close to the border. If things were so fucking crazy, I've lived here for 25 years. There's no like, it's not any worse than it's ever been. Do you know what I mean?
No, you don't
And
think so? Well, Texas sounds like it is. And
not, not on the streets around here, which
uh-huh.
wait, this would be the for easiest spot. Like somehow they're skipping here. Do you know what I mean? They're like
Yeah, that I think I
not
forget the numbers exactly.
a lot of the stuff,
Crazy numbers of
money in
coming
the
in.
industries and the jobs are locked up. Like I know that there's plenty of avocado pickers that come up here for like a 3 month period, and a majority of them come from the same town, the same region of Mexico. Somehow those guys are like avocado pickers, right? It's not like Joe Blow from wherever shows up. No, because in those crews, it's like incentive based and like they work together, right? Well, they have like they don't like each other. Do you know what I mean? Like at a real deep level. So like it's not like a bunch from this area are going to work with a few from that area or that country. That it doesn't work. Oh, and the tomato pickers, those are a different group of people, and
Yeah.
none of them stay in here. They're here for months. Oh, and when they're here during avocado picking season, if you go to the grocery stores and try to buy a money order or send Western Union at the little thing, oh, there'll always be this line because when whatever money they're getting, they're they call it remittance, mittance, or whatever. In Mexicans' economy, they show that like one of the top things that's the country's income is this money, the remittance, mittance, or whatever. Like Mexican people sending home, they keep whatever. They're living in some like, oh, they find these encampments uh in the brush and shit because oh, not that they're not making money. Oh no, they're sending every fucking penny to their wife and their family. And then as soon as they can go back, they go back. Now there's a different group of people that are dreamers basically. You can never stop that. People they're like, "Oh, life's better there. I don't give a fuck what I got to go through. I'm going there." Right? Most of those aren't the ones that are like our labor, right? Which
Yeah.
this might not be a popular fucking thing, but in okay, most of America's labor used to be slavery at one point, right? And we banned slavery, and then we created immigrant workers or illegal aliens, whatever you want to call them, right? That's like just about as dirty of a of a thing as slavery. Like when you really see, yeah, like I say, they live in these like encampments in the brush and shit. Uh, you think they were homeless? Nope, they're fucking out. They're fucking working every day, their ass off, right? Like you, no way could you produce more than those guys, right? No fucking around. But when you really find out, oh, most of it's incentive based, meaning the more you pick, the more you get paid. And oh, if the it's not like they make some like low ass money. No, they can make good money, but they work like beyond hard.
Yeah. Really hard.
Like oh, like no one else would work that hard for that amount.
No.
No,
No. They wouldn't keep doing it.
it's like I say, it's like it's it takes a team to like oh, a team's better than one guy, right? Especially when it comes to hitting incentives and stuff, right? Um, yeah, you find that they like even I've always been on the south side of the 15 coast side. But one time I had a property on this road, White Castle, it was on the north side. And so I have my guy, Gregorio, that's been like uh uh work on my land, do projects. He was my neighbor at this first place I lived at in the 90s. And so when I was building this place, I bring him up there, right? He's working, building this shit on the my property in this canyon. And then um 3 4 days he's works up there. He drives up there himself, all this. And then this other guy that lived in this trailer on the same property that managed the cut flower operation, right? Older guy, but he was part of this. He asked, and he doesn't even speak English, asked me to come and talk to him, and when I go talk to him up at his trailer, there's this other guy, and they explain to me, "Oh, your guy is from, I think it might have been East Side, Mexico City.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
We're from West Side, Mexico City. East Side, Mexico City, thieves and scoundrel and fucked up. He can't come work up here. Everybody up here that work in this area, we're West Side, whatever it was. I don't even remember. I was like, what? He's just helping me for it. No, they're like, no, there'll be problems, right? Dude has lived on the south, like on this side of the 15 his whole life. Well, he speaks English. He explains to me, he says, oh, this is years ago. You realize that if you go to the Home Depot or Lowe's, or each one of them are like, oh, the Salvadorians are at that Lowe's.
Oh, really?
Mexico City, West, whatever side, they got control of that Home Depot. It's in the and it's more like organized
They
in a
got it
weird
all figured out, huh?
right.
You don't see that up here. I saw that in Arizona a bit too.
Well,
You
I
know,
mean,
or guys at the corner, just hanging, guys hanging out at a corner
most of our country didn't
early in the
have
day. Yeah, they're looking for work.
experience with immigrant workers. Southern California, oh, this isn't like we've been. It all started here, and then it branched further north.
Yeah.
And east. Now it's everywhere. There's nowhere that that and or I mean, there might be a few places, but I mean, our whole poultry industry, so many things that basically are jobs that even with a
Yeah.
decent wage, it's Americans won't do.
Yeah.
Right?
No, definitely poultry industry,
Oh, there was this
like Mary Maids kind of thing. Maids,
took
tea
in people
house.
from New York and said, yeah, you get paid this amount, you get this and this. And it was like farming peaches, some, and like over a month, yeah, they all quit. None of them like the work was, the pace of it, the yeah. So okay, in one way, if you really sealed up the border, then what's going to happen? Like it gets down to how much do you want to pay for a tomato, or how much do you want to pay? Because like even though they get paid pretty good, oh, there's no tax. There's all that's being avoided. The employee responsibility, his workman's comp, blah 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 blah. Right? Um, yeah, like I don't know, like it's not like, well, yeah, you're taking jobs. You never hear them say, oh, you're taking jobs from Americans, because these are the jobs Americans won't do. There's a bunch of them.
Mm.
What I mean? Like, oh, the shit that's really hard work and you don't get paid a lot because, oh, how much can you get paid to like clean chicken coops or those big industrial chicken things that they say the smell of ammonia and all that is that almost like a toxic level and like makes you sick.
Yeah. No, definitely just driving by even.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of little pockets of like um labor that we all know is being done that way, right? And has to be done that way for the economy to work. It gets down to, yeah. If you had to like pay all these things to pick tomatoes, tomatoes would cost twice as much. And already half the crops are subsidized anyway. Like that's where it's like it's all, I don't even know. Is it real or no? I don't think it's real anymore. Like if things can get subsidized because
Yeah.
you know, like, oh, corn and wheat and this and that. So many things are subsidized where that means that the market itself doesn't stand on its own, right?
Yep. Housing market's a tough market
Well, I
for
mean, at
people.
some
That's
point, I would not be surprised in like 50 years, these big corporations are getting subsidized by our government to grow the wheat, okay? Because they'll like twist it around. Like they get money subsidized to grow everything else. You know what I mean?
it turned into fuel.
Well, I
Seems
mean,
like
I,
we should have done more for ethanol and
yeah,
and
no,
biofuels instead of
things,
EVs almost. Like I don't know if you saw it. Yeah, we've been having like here it was below zero for a few like one day it may not have even gotten much above zero if at all in the last like 3 days.
well,
But like I don't know if you saw in Chicago, did you see like at electrical recharging stations like cars wouldn't recharge it got so cold. So they basically have to abandon cars there.
um,
'Cause I guess you can't or it's hard to charge them when
well,
it's below
I mean,
zero.
even
So
combustion engines.
they plug in their Tesla and it would say something like, too cold.
Well, that makes sense. Batteries are subjected to that, and even combustion engines. Like, yeah,
I mean, ethanol, there's still
I
the
think it was.
carbon into the air, but
I was
at some point
watching
you got to generate electricity too.
the national news, and they had a map of the U.S. and it said 80% of the United States is below freezing or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Arizona and Southern Cal was the 20%, right?
Yeah, you should look at the map.
Holy shit.
That's crazy.
That's a gnarly stat. 80%, all of it, even Florida, like, whew. And some places, oh, they wish they were just below freezing. They're like way worse than that.
Yeah, and it wasn't for one day. It was like for 3 days, and it
And I
kept getting
think
colder and colder and colder.
game, I wasn't really paying attention, but I remember the announcers, I think, were like more concerned of how this weather was going to affect like the games.
Oh, yeah,
Even I remember last night or whatever, I guess there was the Iowa caucus and they showed that like it was 20 below in this area and this and that. Like how many people were really going to come out to caucus on this night that was
yeah.
like, but then they had people come on and say, oh, we're Iowans and it's like we're used to this and we're gonna be there no matter what. I was like, yeah, these guys are
They
crazy.
probably are. They probably are used to it.
Yeah, but no,
Ru-
like there was
Ryan,
it showed the roads with like huge snow banks and like yeah, but it's that's what you live in and you're prepared for it and know how to utilize the things that make it you know the right kind of vehicles, the right kind of fucking all that. Yeah, people they've been doing it for a long time. It's not the end of the world.
yeah, 'cause they've got good road clearing services too. I'm sure just like here in Colorado, the roads are clear like the same day pretty much. Like during the storm, if it's a long storm, they'll be out. So yeah, so so because some places that they don't have snow equipment or not that much of it, they're not invested in it. They got some like not serious. So like here they'll have like three or four plows. They'll get all lined up. One kind of a little behind the next to the next, and one they'll like snow. They'll push the snow to the next guy who pushes it to the next who who pushes it off the road, kind of thing, and they'll just like go
A
down the
couple
streets.
times years ago, I landed at airports. I think one was St. Paul and some other northeastern spots that when we were taxiing, we were on like the warmer, whatever they keep the runway from having snow on it. But from my window, the snow was like carved out. Like the top of the snow was like, yeah, on a jet, as high as the window. Like we were in this like a canyon that was the runway. The fucking snow on each side was like 10 feet or more. And even that weather, I was like, these guys just fly right through this shit and they land, do it just same statistics of of good weather, bad weather. You have to give the fucking airline guys credit because yeah, some guys in that fucking chair fucking landing that plane, dude. And in sometimes the gnarliest weather, they still fucking land.
Yeah,
Or I'm like, that's the scariest part of being on a plane when it's like weather and
yeah, I hate that. That's when like when everyone else is like in the back got their eyes closed or you.
well,
That's like that'll be like me.
oh,
Like,
they're
oh
quick.
yeah, I don't want to think about it. The pilot's got it
Like
under control.
got all that shit figured out, and they don't fly at a certain level. Like oh, that's when they cancel flights and redirect. But the level they do fly at is fucking pretty gnarly, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I could imagine it because the way I drive and we do some things now that yeah when we were first driving probably like wouldn't do them, but now yeah we know how to handle the car, how you get close to things, and yeah, it seems dangerous, but no, and you driving next to other cars, everyone's going 70, 80 miles an hour.
Pretty nice cars when I was younger. Like I had a 1970 fastback. I had a 67 Mustang with 351. Yeah, and these cars I put a lot in. Yeah, when they got going about 80, 90 miles an hour, that's when you realize every little like uh and the brakes and like and that wasn't going any faster than that, right? Today, these cars you're going 80 and it isn't even taxing the car at all. It's like a smoothest perfect ride, even though it's on a fucked up freeway. Like um yeah, they've come like it's so easy to drive, they almost fucking drive themselves.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, it
like
used to be boats.
if I ever scored big money, I'd want like classic hot rods, but not hot. I want what they call resto mods. Like, oh yeah, it's the body and frame from whatever, but it has all modern disc brakes and suspension and all that. Um, they call those resto mods. Sometimes on those auctions, those go for like some of them what I consider a reasonable price, considering how much money the person that built that spent. Yeah, because for the high price collector cars, it's all about original, like a resto mods, like a sacrilege to people that collect those. Like, why would not keep it original?
Yeah, but it looks cool though to see some like hot rod
Yeah,
exterior, but it's
The
going fast and safe. Yeah.
suspension, a lot of it's suspension. Like we've come so far in that compared to um what 30, 40 years ago. Like, because yeah,
Uh-huh.
people like yeah, because I a lot of my early years of driving was in the it was a national law, 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, and oh, they
Mm-hmm.
were over going 57. Like it was serious for a long time about this 55 shit, right?
That was part of the gas embargo thing. We get better gas mileage.
All these things. Then they first changed it that certain highways out in the middle of nowhere type we can go 65, but oh no, 55. And then we finally, I don't even know what the stated speed limits are, but in my area, yeah, no one's going less than 80. And I think the speed limit like actually might be 65, but oh, people whizzing by 80 and more. Just humming along like cops
Yeah,
are
pretty
going
much here too.
80 is like okay, no one's giving you a ticket. Oh, if you weave and do something stupid, okay. But
Yeah,
the
but
flow
that's mostly the left lane. I don't think some of the other lanes might be going, yeah, more like 70, 75,
around here, odds are if
65.
you're driving behind somebody like on the streets or even on my 2-lane road, and they're going like a couple miles below speed limit and driving perfect, right? Odds are that's illegal. Okay. Like if you wanted to if you I'm sure that the border patrol guys
Uh-huh.
they
I
pull people
hate that too. Yeah.
yeah, that's the sign because yeah, they like
Yeah.
if it's 35 mile an hour, they'll be going 33 on the button and like blinkers, everything perfect. And you're like, oh yeah, yep, guarantee you.
It's almost like just an easy way to pull over anyone they want. Oh, well, everyone's speeding, so yeah. Because there used to be a time when there was you'd hear that argument, oh, well, you got me, but everybody was doing it, so you're singling me out. So, that'd be an argument in court or something. But now you always, you hear like, oh no, that doesn't hold because, well, I caught you and you were breaking the law, so no.
Well, it seems
They might try to stop everybody,
in, in
like
my
there's like
area,
three cars or something that are speeding, they'll stop them all if it maybe if they
highway
can.
patrol have someone pulled over on the freeway every so you assume it's for speeding or something, right? And I think COVID would be the thing where I realized, oh, there definitely was a time in the midst of COVID. Oh, they
They
were
weren't
pulling,
gonna stop. Yeah.
you know, they did not want to have to fucking roll down your window to anybody, right? I still think there's like this weird lingering of that where, yeah, I've just noticed, yeah, they just, yeah, see someone pulled over. Fuck, I rarely see that. Where, oh, that was pretty common, if you see someone pulled over, whether on your side or the other side, no, hardly see them anymore. Like, it's not because people are like all obeying. Like I say, people drive, but the most of these newer cars, when you're like driving 80 miles an hour, you don't even feel like you're driving 80 miles an hour. They're like smooth, and
Yeah,
if you had to stop or react, oh, they're responsive.
yeah. And there's a lot more automatic control built in, stability and control.
I remember my Mustang really having to accept how long at what speed it took for those drum brakes. Like that was in the 67. It was like original. even though we had done the brakes, it wasn't like they were shoddy. Yeah, at whatever, at 70 miles an hour, it takes this amount of feet. Because at that time I had other car, more newer car too. I drive. Yeah, the distance of braking were totally different in the cars. Like the Mustang, you had to like know, you better lot for X amount of feet because that's what it's going to take. Where a new car, yeah, they pretty much step on it hard enough and it will just lock up all the wheels.
Yeah. Do they still use drum brakes?
Well, if
Yeah.
keeping a car original,
But
and
like
I
new
don't
cars, I don't even
know,
know.
but they used to use cars would have disc brakes on the front. I mean, even I
Yeah.
don't know, and drum brakes on the back.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder if they bought, because like now they might ask for
Well,
this.
I don't think like new cars of today. I don't think any of them come with drum brakes, but maybe.
Yeah. I don't think, because even bicycles have disc brakes nowadays. Most, well, like electric bikes do. They need more stopping power, so I think that's why. They even have hydraulic disc brakes. So it's not even a cable that can stretch going to the brake. It's hydraulic fluid. Like, it's a fluid, so it doesn't compress. Or, or stopping power, which you need, yeah, with these electric bikes that are heavier, going faster. But yeah, so I bet cars don't. I bet they don't even use. Maybe like trucks or something special thing. But yeah, yeah, I remember having a car that had drums in the back, discs in the front, small disc brakes in the front too. But yeah, nowadays there's stability stuff in there to help your car. Like you don't turn the steering wheel, it keeps the car going and
Yeah,
continuously over it. Yeah,
my
pass you
car,
on.
like when I have it on traction control and, and gauges, sometimes I realize, yeah, it's like taking the power out of one wheel and only in this way. Like it, it, like yeah, you pretty much can't get that car loose or anything in traction control because yeah, it has like the ability to keep the car
Uh-huh.
like from that. Oh, you want to take that off? Oh, well, then step on it and it's just going to do whatever you want. Oh, but in traction control, oh no, it's like, and sometimes when it's engaging, it's like I'm not even using the brake, but sometimes it feels like it's putting the brakes on in my front wheel, one of my front wheels, but that's not how it's actually working, but it feels that way. Um, and that's older. My car's like 10 years old. Like the newer, especially BMW, Mercedes, or some of the finer cars.
Yeah, yeah. We all
Just the
know, yeah.
cars, they come in all brands. Oh, really have some tra- like yeah, the
Yeah.
traction control, suspension. Um,
Stability, like the wind won't blow you side to side. They have more sensors, accelerometers, and other things to and secondary systems go into
it used to be
this
older
the
cars.
steering
If you ever had to,
or steering or suspension.
most people weren't had the uh, driving skills nor the reaction time. But like usually, if you whip a car one way, it's gonna like whip back the other way, right? And
Uh-huh.
like that's why older cars, yeah, if they got a little out of control, like oh, newer cars, oh no, that they it's more like you say stable. Like they they've come a long way. I mean, they're
Yeah.
always
Well,
lot of
they're
it,
so much more expensive too.
I follow Formula One since I was a kid, and IndyCar and racing. Most all the things, even you're talking about ABS braking, um, traction control, um, all these innovations. Most of them, if not all, no, not all, but a huge percentage, come out of racing. Like, oh yeah, way before it was ever in a passenger production car. Oh, that was something that one of the Ferrari or Mercedes invented and were dominating races because they were the first people to have that or think of that, and that became like there's a whole bunch of things that all came out of racing. Like that, that's the real innovation that um, pushes car innovation.
Yeah.
Even even the thing of fuel economy and power and fuel economy.
Mm.
So many years ago, because of a safety thing, cars people caught fire. Formula One cars don't. They take pit stops just for tires. They have whatever it is, a full tank, and that has to make you last the whole race. So, oh, they've learned early. Well, yeah, you could have an engine and a power band that's using more fuel than you're allotted. You won't make it to the end of the race. So you got to make work on this. Oh, and the weight of that fuel, if you can even get it to less fuel, you're going to have an advantage. And they're running like relatively small engines, right? They've went from like V12s and big fucking double turbos all the way down to like basically it's a little bigger than a motorcycle engine, okay? But it's bigger than that. Um, but yeah, they're getting like maximum, especially for a race car that still uses a lot of fuel per mile. Um, but a lot of the innovation comes from that, like what they learn managing uh, the fuel game became technology that made cars. Because like I know we could be driving cars easily with pretty much the same power that all get like 100 miles a gallon and shit. The fact that we don't is because they want to sell us more gallons of gas, whether it's for the tax revenue off of gas or just the whole economy of it. Yeah, everybody involved liked the fact that we drove cars that get like 20 to 30 miles an hour or miles per gallon. Like when we could easily have cars that performed almost as good, if not better, or probably as good for a quarter of that gas using momentum, inertia, all these other things.
Yeah, maybe hybrid engines will be better in the future than just pure electric.
Yeah, I mean, even in Formula One of the I forget which team at some point in this crossover to the battery power hybrid part, the boost of the car, there was a couple seasons where one or two of the top teams elected not to put the battery that gave you X amount of extra horsepower, push to pass, or whatever, because of the weight of it,
Mm.
right? It they ran the other way without that weight. As technology grew, oh no, every car has it, and even how they harvest their energy, which okay, hybrid is like collecting off of what you're already putting out, right? Their thing, oh, when the car is braking, even when it's turning, there's the G-force energy. There's like energy involved in all of it, not just acceleration from your own energy. So like they harvest energy from everything, which gets into like, oh, when they're cornering, they're harvesting energy. When they're braking, they're harvesting that energy. Where passenger cars, oh, we're not to that level yet. We're basically just collecting energy off.
Mm. I mean, just braking is, well,
Yeah,
just that.
that's like, oh, they've been Formula One's been doing it that way. They don't call theirs hybrid. I can't. There's a name they use for.
But the regenerative thing, is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Oh, sometimes you
And
have to
braking.
drive a certain lap to get your shit back at full charge. Um, but they're innovating further than that, of where, yeah, you would collect, of course, you would collect energy from every way you could, right? Which braking, yeah, that's energy. You just have to, well, they figure out ways to harness and collect that energy. Where like a typical hybrid car or passenger car today, oh, it's only really collecting off of its forward
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah. And they burn gas. So yeah, hybrids
Yeah,
burn gas to
that,
generate electricity, and they have a little electric motor.
but like
And they
I think
use regenerative braking then, but then
you could
at least you
do
get a
it
lot, you get
with
close to that 100 miles an hour you were talking about.
the what's that one car, the Prius?
Yeah.
That's like hybrid. That's like the how many years? Like that car's been around a lot of years at this point, like almost 20 years, right? The original
It was
Prius.
that way. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, hybrid
Wow, it is about 20 years. Wow.
hybrid's been around a while, but oh, they've I don't know where we'll end up, but
Crazy. Yeah. But the electric, like, I don't know if you heard what I was saying, like, there was a car that somebody got as a loaner, an electric car. I guess they had an electric car. They brought it into the shop. So they got a loaner car that was an electric and put it in their garage. And it caught fire and their house burnt down.
yeah,
Uh,
I saw
these things are real danger.
a news thing,
But
a Tesla in a crash on Sunset Boulevard, and in
yeah,
real time, this car basically burned down to the ground where you couldn't even recognize that there was any in the initial fire truck when they first realized they the water you're not that's not what you can spray in it. It was like the batteries or whatever electrical, like it was like not like a normal car fire with gasoline and boom boom and how that burns. Oh no, this was like some kind of, and it happened like so fast. And then when they finally got it out, you couldn't even see the frame. It was like
hmm,
it melted the whole thing. And
yeah,
it turned
yeah,
out
danger.
vitality in that one. Oh, that person,
Uh,
like it turned down so quick, there's no way to save.
but they're bad enough, like accident, well, for accidents happening. But
Well, that's the
they're
thing.
getting software updates wired to them, like maybe at night. So all these cars in people's garages
The amount of cars
can
out
get
of
so they can get, but they can get hacked. Imagine them all getting hacked and somebody lighting up all these cars around the country
it's going to
simultaneously.
down to like, oh,
Too
only 10
dangerous.
turn up like that. I think the concept and design of this car with that much battery, if the right circumstance happens and they ignite, oh, it's crazy, right? Uh, it's next level fire,
Yeah.
right? Uh, um, yeah, and if we turn right now, whatever, there's, I don't know numbers, but there's whatever electric cars out on the road being sold. they want to convert everybody to it. So that would mean there's like 100 million cars, right? Well, then the
Yeah.
statistics of them like having the right set of circumstances that create them blowing up, basically, um, that would go up.
You got to
Like,
get that under control.
what
Some,
happens when two of them hit each other at whatever speed? And because whatever could happen will happen, right?
yeah.
In driving things, like, oh, you can design it every which way, but if there's one little loophole in it, oh, somebody will eventually find that.
Mm. So they got to get better battery, safer battery technology for everybody to have electric because it's too dangerous otherwise. It's controlled by software and
Yeah,
like a bomb. But the hybrids are safer because they don't have as big batteries. If they probably have, they got batteries.
well,
But
from what I understand, like if you took the body off of a Tesla, basically the whole thing is like batteries. Like it, there's a lot of battery, like
yeah,
just a couple, like. But I think that technology, and I'm sure there's many of inventors and scientists and whatever working on some kind of battery, whatever it is. Maybe
yeah.
it isn't any of the current.
AI too. AI is working on stuff like that too, finding
Is
new
like at
batteries.
most the size of a small engine, right? Or relatively small. Not that the whole car is like all these batteries. No, it's like one power cell, whatever size, reasonable size. The size
Mm,
of an engine compartment, for instance. And that's it. One battery. Like, why do you need? Because I don't know the number, but the basic battery that's inside the Teslas are
yeah,
the
they're
same
just
as in
little.
the laptop.
Yeah, they're these little batteries actually, and then because inside those are even like small. They look like like pen light batteries when
Yeah, you can use
when at the
like
factory.
the 100 or whatever the number is, but it's a lot of them because they're only
Yeah.
these. Well, why isn't there just like one power cell? Like, don't even have to call it a battery.
Well,
It's a
then some could fail, and then it doesn't totally go
size,
down. But
whatever you want to, so whatever size it needs to be. Uh,
however they come up with it, yeah, that's they got to have some better battery technology. It's too dangerous the way it is. I can't see it. It's too dangerous. The software being controlling it. But maybe the hybrid, because also then, like I was saying with ethanol, we're one of the world's big farmers for like corn and wheat. We export to China
earlier,
grains.
I saw a thing years ago that pointed out, okay, so the ethanol thing and the investment and the whole thing was based off of corn ethanol, and it was going to like create this whole fuel
Yeah,
industry,
yeah.
and all these investors believed in it, but ultimately it didn't work. But if you did it with hemp, right? It would be renewable to the soil. Like there's like a list of all these positives, and oh, it's renewable. You could grow more of it faster, less. Uh, but like, do you see any of that happening? Like we could be making biofuels or ethanol from hemp,
Yeah,
and it would be
maybe.
more viable. But oh nope, we're still trying to like do it with corn ethanol. You know what? My phone. Oh wait, maybe my battery's charged.
So you'd have to pollinate the plants and get seeds because the seeds where the oil is that
All right, I
what you
have less
think
than
you'd want.
5%.
Oh,
So
that's it. Oh, we're gonna have to get off. Okay,
well, yeah, because
that's
I
cool.
switched to my other phone, but
I
neither
don't
of my
even know
phones
if
did
anyone
it
else is watching.
when I started the night. What's the problem?
Check YouTube. But
But
anyway,
I'm
it's good
sure
rapping with you.
I didn't hear D say, but I'm sure, what's it called? The 12 o'clock safety meeting.
Said one of us.
That would be tomorrow. My other phone. Neither
So I guess there's like 12 people watching.
Well, it was good chatting with you. I don't even know what the
Yeah.
hell we were about,
Oh,
but
Fumidor's maybe still on. Did it.
all right, well, I'll
Put
sign off
something in
because you're the
chat.
host. I'll see you
Am I?
guys.
Oh yeah, yes it is. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, it says you're the host actually.
Oh yeah, it says end meeting for all. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah, so
end
that did
meeting
it.
for all. We'll
All
see you
right.
all next
I
time.
say, hey,
All right.
I'll probably ask you if you could send me some cuts at some point. I've been meaning to get around.
Oh
So,
yeah,
but you'll get
I
maybe
can.
some
I just gotta get
message from
these.
me,
I mean, there's
building
other
me.
ways to do it, but there's these little plastic sleeve things that I had a few that I don't have anymore. That three of them fit in there perfect, and I think I can. Somebody told me you can get
Yeah,
them on Amazon. I just haven't
like no
searched it.
rush. Like anytime over the next like 6 months, it will be
All
cool.
right, just
Yeah,
remind me
yeah,
because
yeah.
sometimes I forget.
I'll hit you up on